What up? What up? Hey, Tim. What's up, Tim?
What's up, Tim?
I decided to just get started because I had to be done by at least 4 o'clock today, which I'll be, but I have to get this done and over with. So I just started this thing. I know you're an early bird too. I'm an iPad up. I'm going to periodically come back and check chat. But I'm going to go ahead and get started. I'm all ready to go. We're going to start with these two 125s and the 125 Oscar. Move over to the 75s and 55s and so forth. So all I'm basically doing today, man, is all I have to do is pull water out, put water in. Because during the week, I went ahead and sucked any like crap out. Except for this tank here, I got this big pleco in here, and he's always pooping, man, always. But I don't mess with it much, and I don't have any problems. I suck out some of it and leave it alone. This tank's pretty easy. Oh, that ain't good. Drop the dang plug back there. Wasn't paying attention. Makes it hard to get back up there. I don't know how the heck I'm going to get that back up there. See if I can reach it from the side over here. Nah, I can't get in there. What a pain. Wake up 5, 6 a.m. Same, buddy. Yeah, you and I, we get up at the same time, it sounds like. Had to come in here and get let's grab my grabby tool. See if I can reach down behind that tank and get this dang plug. Well, this throws a wrench in the spokes. So when I put my tanks in the garage here, I wanted to make it so unplugging stuff and plugging stuff in was easier. I put them up above the tanks instead of under, which is great. So something like this happens. Man. Oh, I had it. All right. Got it. Well, that sucked. Had a few issues and errors in my stand build. Got everything much better squared. We'll be testing today. Okay, cool. Glad you got that done, man. For sure. These headsets are nice, but they don't squeeze your head real tight. So when you're doing things like this, you want to move around a little bit. But at any rate, the only thing running that's plugged into this tank is the light and the filter, and that's what I like to try to do with all my aquariums. Less is best. You know, I don't have 600 filters plugged in, power heads, heaters, all that crap. Just one or two things and done. So now all we have to do is pull some water out. I drilled a couple holes in the back door to the garage. I installed some fittings and ran the hose. So the hose of this pump goes right out the door. I don't have to open windows, close windows, open doors, close doors. It all just drains right out. A little overdue for my maintenance. Normally I'm doing maintenance once a month. I'm a little past that month mark, so got a lot of condensation, a lot of water low in tanks, and algae. I scraped most of the tanks, got the algae off the same day I went ahead and sucked all the mud-eating food and poop out, things like that. So now we just got to drain and fill. Got something else to show you too that I was working on last night. So I don't know if you noticed, but I've got see all the chains hanging from the ceiling. Got the chain for free. What my idea is on my live stream yesterday and lighting, when we was talking about lighting, is getting down to the same light, going around all the aquariums, putting them on timers. On, off, very simple. These are the lights I've already had. I might have to get more, but they're just clip-on spotlights. I took the clip off, hung it to the chains, and I'm going to put that in every aquarium. So I don't have to worry about reprogramming all these lights every time the power goes out, which doesn't happen a lot, but as with the last month, it's been happening kind of more often. Especially the night crew lights, they're a pain to reprogram. So pretty soon it'll be the same light, cheap, going all around the room. And I'll have them on timers. They'll come on and off themselves. With these analog timers, if the power goes out, very simple to just adjust the time a little bit. You're good to go. I do like aquarium lights. Don't get me wrong. The programming and everything you get with them, they're great. The sunrise, the sunset, the ramp times, and all that. Gradually turn it on. I like them. But as time goes on, I like to get more and more efficient, easier, simpler, just to make things just that simpler. And then that'll be it. Once I get all these small tanks shut down on my little stand over here next to where I stream, I'm going to be But this 55, and I'm assuming a 55, but maybe Jim told me it might be a 65 tall. These two tanks are going to go over here to where all those little tanks are. And then those little tanks will be gone and shut down. And the only thing that'll be in the center here is the 275 gallons. Like I was saying on my stream yesterday, I'd love to put the 300 in the middle, but it's just too much of a pain to move. And I got enough work to do with that aquarium as it is. I got this pump from Lowe's. It's a pond pump, 800 and I think it's 800 gallons per GPH. It does a pretty good job draining these aquariums. I actually got a Hygger pump sent to me, and I was using it, and it's supposed to be 1060, but this pump drains faster than that one. So I hooked it back up. I tested it. I put this pump in a tank and that 1060 Hygger pump on another tank, and I went outside and watched the flow, and this 800 GPH pump was just like, you could see the stream was coming out much stronger and shooting out further than the other one. So I don't know what Hygger is doing over there when they're rating their GPH, but it's off. I'll drain her about. I like to drain, because I do monthly maintenance, I like to drain as much water as possible. I'll probably get down 75%, and then I'll fill it back up. I've been doing it this way for a while. Once a month, 75% water change, fill them back up, done. So how's the you got everything much better? Squared and leak testing today. So you're going to put the tank on top of your new stand and fill her up. Now, I will make note that Dan over at Everyday Fish Keeping, he does his maintenance, live stream maintenance like this, and carries around an iPad to check on chat. I'm doing the same thing, but I want to make note that I'm using a full-size iPad, and Dan uses an iPad mini. So mine's better. All goes right. It won't take me too long to do this here. I'm not trying to step on Deps. Deps goes live at 9 a.m. every Sunday, so most people will be over watching him anyways. So I doubt that I'll be stepping on his toes. I gotta watch, these blood parrots are kind of big, so I do 75%, but if the water level gets too low, they kind of freak out, which could damage other fish like the angels in here, and they're all grouping together. So I'll probably just go ahead and stop right there. It's getting pretty low. And of course, moving the fish room out to the garage here is a lot nicer because of a concrete floor. It's not in the house anymore. I don't have to worry about as much as water getting on the floor or having to instantly clean it up. It's so much more relaxed out here. Tim says, "Yes, sir. That 120 gallon was a heavy girl trying to move it on." Oh yeah, man. I'll get you on that. I've lifted some 125s empty myself several times. It's not easy, but you know that's about for maybe you and me. Some people might not be able to do it, but after 125 gallons, you're going to need help. And of course, I like my prime. Anytime I'm dosing anything for a 125, obviously you don't actually get 125 gallons of water once filled and everything's in it. I always dose everything for 100 gallon with these aquariums. Be right back. I got to send some water to the tank. I have to go to the other side of the house to do that. And there we go. And we're filling it back up. And what I'll do too is I'll wait till the water gets back up to around here when I'm filling. And then I'll go to the next one and start draining it right before this one's about to top off, just speed things along. Crazy 4 seahorses. So how do you like the small tank? Small tank. Yeah, they do. They go nuts. They think they're about to get fed too. I'm crazy. I'm not sure what you mean about this small tank. So how do you like the small tank? Yeah, I'm not sure what you. I need to get the attachment. Oh yeah, I love the Python hook, man. It's nice. Hang it, walk away. So, you know, I put a split unit in this garage when I moved out here. Works great, regulate the temperature so far. I have not had to turn the heat side of it on yet. It's still sitting here at 78 degrees because it's been cooler out lately. It's not really turning on to, you know, cool the space down. I haven't had to turn the heat on yet. It's staying pretty nice in this garage, so that's a plus. Well, this will be the first year learning when I'm gonna have to turn on the heat. Crazy says, yeah, the tiny tank we're looking at. Oh, 125 is a big tank to me, brother. Yep, I love my 125s. I got 3 125s. There's 275s, 255s over here, and then I got my 300 gallon here, but I had to do some repairs on it. 8 foot, 30 high, 2 feet deep. So, yeah, not to me, man. 125 is a nice big tank for me. And yeah, to be honest with you, I've got to say a 125 is probably my favorite size aquarium. Like the footprint, got a lot of options. They're manageable. If it's empty, it is a tank you can move around. When I moved my aquariums out to this garage, I've got a video on it. I just drained the water down as much as possible, left the fish in it, jacked up the stands and put them on dollies and wheeled the whole thing right out here down the ramp. If that was this 300 gallon, that wouldn't have happened. It'd be still very hard to manage that tank. So, yeah, for me, man, 125 is a good size. I don't like to get too much bigger than these. But I have 300 gallons, my dream tank. I got one. I just got to fix it, and I'm good. I'm happy. What size tanks you got, Crazy? You must have some big ones in. And I can remember, it's funny, man. It's funny you say that, Crazy, because I can remember when I first started in this hobby and I had a 55, and that was a big tank, baby. I got the big tank. I got the 55. And then I started looking into other people's tank. Oh, man, they got 75 gallon tanks. They got 125s, 90. What? So when I had the 55, I thought I was big time. Then I got the 125s and the 75, or the 75s and the 125s, and now this 300. So, but I always remember when that first 55 gallon aquarium, you felt good. You felt good, baby. You were rocking with a big. I got a 4-foot tank. This is a big fish tank. Now it's like small. Like you realize you can't house as many fish in there as you thought. It's a good size. I got 130 gallons. The biggest glad tank I can move by myself. Okay, glass tank. So how big's your acrylics? Slim Tim says, looking at an empty aquarium, knowing it was filled. Now it's empty. Oh, I know, Tim. I know. Every time I walk by this tank, I get irritated. I'm so irritated. I could have some big fish swimming in there right now. We'll get there, buddy. I'm not letting it beat me. And the $5 you sent me on my super stream yesterday will go right to that. So Crazy says, I had my 300 gallon get leaky, so it's outside. I got my local fish shop rack, 17 tanks, 52 gallons for small fishes. Okay. Yeah, well, this one here, man, I think they dinged the back. I can see where they had dinged the bottom panel of the glass when they were moving it, and the bottom corner of that back glass, and they dinged it, and I think that's what started the weakness. And when I got here and I filled it up, the crack revealed itself and started to run. So unfortunately, now I found a replacement painted glass for $610. I'm gonna lean this thing forward, take it off, put the new one on, reseal the entire tank. I do have to build a frame for it underneath because for whatever reason it doesn't have a freaking frame. It's just ridiculous. I had it sitting on foam just like it was, but I should probably do the DIY wooden frames. Ideally, I'd like to just buy actual plastic frame for it. June was looking into that for me, and I wish I could find a company that would just sell a full bottom plastic support frame for one of these rather than build a wooden one. Yeah, it sucks, man. Big, beautiful 300 gallons sitting here. I had sand in it. I had instantly cycled it. I had my big 12-inch Pleco in there, and I came out one morning before work and saw that crack. Oh, so mad. It never leaked, though. It didn't leak. It just started cracking. Why not an aluminum frame? I know they're expensive, but nice. Aluminum? Yeah, I guess aluminum would have some play in it because, you know, the idea behind the plastic frames is to make for up for any deficiencies on the stand it's sitting on and help support it at the same time. I guess aluminum wouldn't be too bad because you do have some play in there. It's soft metal. I didn't think about that, but it'd be much cheaper to just build a wooden one. I watched a video from a guy, I can't remember who did it. He built one. Basically just built the wooden tray around it and put like a yoga mat down or a camping mat down, and that was his frame. That'd be obviously a lot cheaper. I hate this part, like the filling part. I can drain it quick, but the bottleneck is always waiting for them to fill back up. That's what slows everything down so much. I could probably do all the water changes in my aquariums in like 2 hours if it wasn't for this filling part. Fish Fam Link. Tim says, I still have 55 and it's small compared to my 90. Then when I set up 120, it's like the biggest aquarium I have in the home. Yeah. My rack is made out of wood and tanks are on yoga mats. Yep. Very cool. I even did those, those, I call them puzzle mats because they interlock together. You can get them from like Tractor Supply, Harbor Freight, Home Depot, Lowe's, whatever. I'm thinking you can use those too. Let me know what you guys think about that, using those puzzle mats that look like they have diamond plate tread on them. Give you a shot of my new Oscars if you're interested. They're growing out. I have them growing out in this 55. I got to get this 300 done because these boys are going into it when they get bigger with the other big Oscars. They're coming along real nice. We'll go ahead and feed them. You know, they're growing boys. You got to feed them. So we'll go ahead and put some food in there. I've been feeding them Bug Pro and varying their diet too. But I remember when the big Oscars I have and the other 125 over there, when they were babies, I put a pellet in there. It was too big and it got stuck in the one's mouth. And we tried to give it some time, but he couldn't get it out. It was stuck in his mouth. So we pulled him out and laid him on the table and tried to pop it out. It would not come out. Finally, when we put him back in the aquarium, something scared him and it got it out of his mouth. So since then, I'm always very careful how big of a pellet it is when I feed my fish I'm growing out. And then we'll go ahead over here to the convicts. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, exactly, Tim. 8 inches in 5 months. So I figure I got plenty of time to get that 300 fixed before them guys outgrow that 55. So these convicts are pretty, but as you can see, the big one's bullying the other ones, as expected. What a pretty fish. Blue fins, that orange spot on their bellies. What I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to get something to put in this aquarium to give the smaller ones so he keeps chasing them. I got to put something in this aquarium big enough where the little ones can hide and get some refuge until they get bigger. Because he is stressing the other ones out. The other two. And I do have something I think that'll work in here. I just hate doing the whole fake decor castle things, but I'm probably going to have to put my 2 big castles in here before he stresses these guys to death. There's the big one, this one, and there's another one in here. There, he's in the back middle eating. So, yeah, I got those fake castles up there I'll probably have to put in here just till they grow out and get big enough where the big one doesn't stress them out anymore. Give them a place to hide. I have to swap protein skimmer and get the QT system started. Okay, crazy. But I've been doing a lot of work here in the fish room. Like I said, hanging the chains for the lights. My fish room's going to be cool. I'm kind of like designing it to look like that industrial look at this point. I got cinder block stands. They're painted black. I got the chains coming from the ceiling. They're going to be holding a light that looks like it would be in an industrial setting, an industrial plant. Always kind of like that look. So I'm kind of slowly getting that going in here a little bit. Plus the chain was free. I just had to cut it. I already had most of the lights. I have several timers, but I'll probably have to get some more timers. It's just neat, you know, as time goes on, you think of different things to help make things easier and more efficient. I love the aquarium lights, and I have actually a hard time not wanting to use them. But some of them are a little bit more pain than the others when the power goes out. All 4 night crews are a pain in the butt to reprogram once the power goes out. Obviously the Fluval Aqua Skies, I like them. You just get on your app, it syncs right up back to the light and takes off automatically. You're good to go. The Marineland one here isn't bad, but it's still a process. I just getting down to simple. I don't want to deal with that. I want on, I want off. And I'm hanging the lights on those chains like a pendant light because I'm also sick of having lights sitting on top of my aquariums. I'd like for my lids to be free, so that's another thing I'm working towards. Tim says I gotta have QT or my case timeout tanks from business. He says I got fake rock for my small trigger since Homer is a hole. Oh boy. What did you mean, Tim? Gotta have QT or my case timeout tanks. I think you had a little typo there, buddy. There's my fancy goldfish. They're doing good. Now those 2 big pieces of driftwood you see in there, they were in the 300 and they're going to go back in the 300. The only good thing that came about this issue when I found the leak with this 300, the FX6 it came with, I put it on my Oscar tank. So I got 2 FX6s running my 125 gallon Oscar tank. So when I get it fixed, it's going to be fully and well established with good bacteria when I put it back on there. Quarantine. Oh, I know what you meant by quarantine, but what you said was got to have QT or my case timeout tanks for Mbunas. That made no sense to me, buddy. Once this tank's done filling up, we are going to go ahead and move to the fancy goldfish tank. I thought about getting some more fancy goldfish, but I feel like I may want to hold off on any new fish just in case I can't get that 300 fixed for some reason. Let's say I reseal it, get it all back together, and it leaks. I am going to need some tanks to put those Oscars. You can easily put 225 gallon Oscars in a 2 Oscars in a 125. I see people doing a lot more. To me, that's enough for 125 right there. I may have to put 3 of them in this tank and move these guys to a different tank, say like a 75, just in case I cannot get that 300 fixed for some reason, which I hope isn't the case. I hope it goes seamlessly. But the idea here is have a backup plan no matter what you do. I couldn't pass the deal up on those Oscars. It was 75% off all fish remodeling sale at PetSmart. They were the last 4 Oscars that were left. I bought them. Normally they're like $14, $15 a piece. Some people want 16. I got them for $2 a piece. I figured, you know what? I got months to. I got a grow out tank I can put them in. I got months till I get the tank fixed. But always have a backup plan. For males that are too aggressive. Hey, Wally, good to see you. Jim's Fish, hey, buddy. Appreciate you coming and hanging out. For males are too aggressive. Hey, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Morning, everyone. Doing well. I'm actually probably going to go get me another cup of coffee while I'm waiting for that tank to top off. Like I said, that's the suckiest part, waiting for the tanks to fill. That's always the bottleneck. It's going to be cold here today. Cold here today in North Carolina. We're going to be going to the botanical gardens for their botanical gardens. Put on a little Halloween thing. Take the daughter to it and the family and the little baby. That's 6, but it's supposed to be really cold, like the coldest day of the week. That's my luck. It's already a little chilly out there. What's the weather looking like where you guys are at? Oh, absolutely, Tim. I'm a big fan of the QTs. That's why I keep 10 gallons around. It's the biggest reason why I, when I found that 30-gallon Petco tank on the side of the road, gave me a little bit of a bigger tank for QT. Anytime I buy new fish, I do like to put them in a QT. I'll start with salt. If I don't see any signs of anything, but a lot of times I don't even do that. Sometimes I hit them straight with the QT Med Trio. Crazy's having the first sunny day since 3 weeks. Well, at least you're having a sunny day, man. It's already chilly here. I got you on that. It's sunny. It's warm. It's not warm, but it's sunny. Hey, Pete, good to see you, buddy. Doing a little tank maintenance stream this morning. I started way earlier than I planned. I was going to start at 8:30, but I want to get this going. I'm impatient, so I said, screw it, let's go live. I was all set up, ready to go. First tank's already drained and about filled back up. We're going to move to this goldfish tank that you see here, and then the Oscars, and just go around the room and get it done. I was a little over my overdue on my maintenance, so got to get it done. What's your QT need? Medtrio? Well, my favorite P tag is to use the API version, because API, the API medications are readily available in almost every store you go to, and they're usually always there. The Fritz one, usually I have maybe one local fish store that carries the Fritz stuff, but 9 times out of 10, you're not finding that in store. You have to get it off Amazon. So I always said, and I got many videos out on it, always to have more than you need. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, type of thing. So I've always stocked up on General Cure, erythromycin, and Fin and Body. And my trio is the General Cure, erythromycin, and ICX. Now, I don't always use the ICX. If I look at the fish and I can clearly see it doesn't have any signs of ick, I don't med it. I don't like to med my fish for something they don't have. So 9 times out of 10, when I get the fish, I put them in a QT tank, usually a 10-gallon, depending on the size of that fish, obviously. And I hit them with General Cure, erythromycin, and I do that whole thing. And I'll let them sit in there for a month just to ensure that they don't have anything. Now, if I'm getting a fish and putting it in a tank that has no other fish in it, like I did with these 55s when I got them, I do not worry about, I'll put them right in their tank, that they're going to be in their forever home. That way you're reducing stress from moving them from this tank to this tank. I put them in there, and I'll add salt. These fish that I just recently got, the convicts and the Oscars, that's what I did with them. I put salt in the aquariums, and they're happy, they're healthy, they don't show no signs of disease, nothing. They seem good, but you never know, something can turn up down the road later, and then we'll deal with it. Now, Tim, you're a long-time fish keeper, obviously. You're an OG. Why do you choose that one over ICX? So I was just on my live stream. That's funny you mentioned that, P-Tag. I was just looking at my, I write everything down. I have a whiteboard behind my streaming desk. Some of these aquariums are coming up on that, or some of those FXs and the FX series canisters, and well, all my tanks are ran by Fugal canisters, but they're coming up on that 7-month mark. Last time I waited at the 7-month mark, and they still didn't need it. So what I was thinking about doing, just as a test for myself, is to see if I can get a year out of these bad boys. Some of them I cannot. I just did not long ago. I just did the FX in this tank with filling, and the goldfish tank, and another one. I got it written down. That's why I wrote down. I can't remember, because the flow was getting considerably low, and they needed it. But most of the time I go about 7 months. Tim says, I've always had great success with cordon. Never really tried anything else. Okay. I just heard really good things about ICX, and that's why I always have a bottle of it with me. And knock on glass, guys, I have never really had problems with it. To be honest with you, I've never had to battle it. Another thing that I take seriously with my Oscars specifically is hole in the head disease. Never had to battle it. I'm always monitoring these guys, looking at the tops of their heads and around, that area, because it can start as like this little indentation that you don't think anything about. Could be even slightly gray. I've seen that, and I've seen it go away. But in order to battle that, this is another reason why I'm a big fan of Vitachem. Multivitamins for fish. I feel it's 100% worth the money. Boyd Vitachem is one of my go-tos. I always have that on hand. You dose that once a week. These fish are getting all the vitamins that they might be lacking, and it helps fight things like diseases and hole in the head. And along with good maintenance, consistent maintenance, I have no problems with disease. It's very rare. I'm not saying I never had it, because I've had bloating, eye cloud, wasting disease. I've had these. I have beat it, and I have not beat it. But I rarely have problems with disease because I do the QT process. I think it's very important. I don't know why somebody would not want to do a QT with new fish, because they're impatient. But I do the QT process. I do consistent maintenance, and I my water changes, and I use Vitachem. Let's see here. T Starlight says that's a basement. Have you ever had to deal with structural engineer for supporting floor weight on the first floor over a basement? I want to upgrade my goldfish from my 125 to anything way higher. Hey, Brant, good to see you, buddy. So teal, no, this is my garage, and even when I had these tanks in my house is on a concrete slab. So, no, I've never had to deal with that. Now, what I can tell you about your wooden floor, because you're right, you're putting an aquarium. You're putting aquariums on your floor that has trusses. You just have to make sure you have to go, and lucky for you, it's easy because you have a basement, not a crawl space. You can go down to your basement, look where you want to put those aquariums. And in my opinion, you really don't even need a structural engineer. Just use your common sense. Look at the trusses, see how far they're spaced apart, which way are they running. You want your aquarium to run across all the trusses as possible for more support. If you don't, you can simply go down there and add in more support. Some people use those adjustable support poles to jack them up a little bit. Maybe you can do something like that. But keep in mind, let's say you have let's talk about a 125. Hold on one second. I gotta stop the water. You have a 125. That's a 6-foot tank. So that weight's getting distributed across all those trusses. Not all the weight is on any single board. So your 125-gallon goldfish tank might weigh 1,200 pounds, let's say, but that 1,200 pounds is distributed across all those boards. But you are right. You are right in being cautious, for sure, because it's a lot of weight. And it's good that you're smart enough to understand that. Some people are not. Yeah, I want a fish tank. I want a big one. Let's put it. Next thing they know, some crap goes down. All right, we got that community tank done. We're going to move to this 125-gallon goldfish tank. Now, an 800-gallon tank tea like that, wow. Number one, I'm jealous. If you get the 800-gallon and you find you can't support that weight, go ahead and send it to me. I'll take it for sure. Yeah, I'll take that 800-gallon. But if you're talking about an 800-gallon aquarium, buddy, you're getting into about, you have over a car weight sitting in there. You're talking about 3,500, 4,000 pounds, maybe 5. That's a lot of weight. If it was me and I wanted an 800-gallon aquarium in my house, I see why you're talking about getting a structural engineer at that point. I would definitely have a professional come in and look at it. At least they can tell you what to do. But at an 800-gallon aquarium, you're definitely going to want to take some additional precautions. I would definitely go get those poles that you can put down in there, and it's like you can screw it and put a board there to help support the whole area. I'd probably get me about 4 or 5 of those. Yeah, that's a big tank. You can do it, man. Where there's a will, there's a way. If you want an 800-gallon aquarium in your house on a regular floor, you can do it. You just need to support that floor for sure. Yeah, I've been super scared. We got 3 beams for our 125-gallon just because it's never a bad thing to be over precautious for sure. You're like me. Oh, 6,400. Yeah, about the time you add about the sand and the water and everything. 6,400 pounds sounds right. Yeah, you need a 4x. You don't need a 4x4 for a 125, man. I build all my stands out of 2x4s for my 125s. As long as you build it right, you got play. My stands I built for my 125s and 75s could support a car. You definitely don't need a 4x4 for that 125. Now, when you're getting into an 800-gallon, sure, yeah, let's talk about some 4x4s. But you can do it, man. Don't be bummed out. If you have an 800-gallon and you want to put it in your house, you could definitely do it. But you're definitely going to have to get some more support there. I wouldn't trust that. That's a lot of weight there, buddy. But like I said, if you find you can't use the 800-gallon, go ahead and send it to me. I'll take it. I'll gladly pay for the shipping. So on this aquarium, I just have the light and the FX6 running this. I try to use. I did recently put this 110 Aqua Clear on here because I want to get it established. And instead of buying biomedia, I went ahead and put the pot scrubbers in there. Hold a lot of beneficial bacteria, cheap, they work. And the reason why I did that is I always like to have some extra filters ready to go. I need to cycle a tank, help cycle a tank, and extra filtration and backup filtration. Now I know I had everything labeled here. I like to put a label on the power strip or the cord itself to what goes to where. I believe this is her right here. Yeah. And then I have the AC110. One thing we definitely want to do is unplug the stupid light. God forbid you have to reprogram. Why don't I have this filter labeled? But this is it right here, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Yep. Okay, so we got the 2 filters unplugged. And go ahead and start draining this tank. Oh my God, I got water on the floor. Haha, big deal. Nice being in the garage now. Out here in the garage, when you get water on the floor, that just helps clean the floor. in the house, you have to insta wipe. So glad to have my fish room garage fish room. I need help naming my fish room, by the way. You know, you got Craig. He's got Craig's catfish cave. You got some people like a lot of people name their fish rooms. I need some suggestions on naming this fish room. Let's get back here to the comments while this tank is draining. You're welcome. I hope we can help you too. I was meaning a 4x4 on top of the beams between the joists. Oh, okay, I got you. My rack got 3 tons. Crazy's got 3 tons of weight. That's wow. 3 tons, 6,000 pounds. Hey, Swiffle, good to see you, buddy. No, appreciate you coming in and hanging out, Teal. Hey, my fish are eating Northfin food. Thanks, Taylor. Oh, no. Most welcome, Swiffle. I apologize. It took so long to get it to you, buddy. Grant says, Northfin, it's good stuff. You don't have a lot of tanks to feed. It gets expensive if you're feeding a lot of the tanks. You're exactly right, Branton. And yeah, you know, I can't say that I wouldn't feed my fish high quality food even if I wasn't sponsored by Northfin, because before Northfin was sponsoring me, prior in my prior years, I was a big Omega 1 fan, getting the food from PetSmart. And Omega 1 is a good food, but it's not in the level of your Extremes and your Northfins. But I was feeding them Extreme, New Life Spectrum. My dogs, I feed my dogs Hill Science diet. It's like $200 every 3 weeks to feed all of my 3 of my big dogs, but I know that they're getting a quality food. And if you can extend the life expectancy of your furry friends, your pets, your cats, your dogs, your fish, just by feeding them a better food, and you can do it. And that's why, you know, I like to feed my Northfin. 1, they're sponsoring me now. 2, in my opinion, Northfin has more high quality ingredients. It's not an opinion. All you have to do is take both the foods, turn them around, and look. Northfin has more high quality ingredients than Extreme. Northfin will actually talk to you. Extreme completely ignores you when you try to contact them. Darius is the owner, and I've got to build a relationship with him, and he's a very, very nice person. Very personable, and they've been around. They know what they're doing. They use the highest marine grade proteins in their foods that you can get on the market. And why that's important is all these other foods, if they're not using the highest grade marine proteins, you can get things such as bloat, Malawi bloat, because they're using subpar proteins. The high grade marine proteins get absorbed much faster in the fish, and more of it get absorbed and used by their bodies, so you don't have bloat. So because Northfin has a higher protein percentage in their food, it never causes a problem because it gets absorbed so fast and used, unlike the other ones that don't get used and it sits there and causes bloat. The Northfin Shack. I'm at 28 tanks now. Good. By the end of the day, adding 4 more tanks. I remember when NLS came out and I had it in my fish room, I fed it exclusively, cost me a small fortune. Yeah, and I got hey Jose, good to see you, buddy. Good morning to you. Appreciate you. Okay, I'm trying to raise my 5th spawn of electric blue rams. That's a lot of tanks, brother. Jim, Happy Place has like 60 tanks and he's adding more. I have 16 and that's enough for me. The Northfin Shack. Yeah, that was a good stream. Yeah, I like NLS. I mix, it's a good high quality food. I like it. I have I have a veggie pellet mix. It's Northfin veggie pellets, and I also have NLS's Algae Max pellets in there. And it's just a good high quality veggie mix that, because everybody should have vegetables, and I feed all my fish veggies, my mbunas too, because they like their vegetables, need their vegetables, and that's a good mix that I give them. But I feed it to all my fish because I like to vary my diets, no matter how good the fish food is. Northfin is a fish food that you can feed exclusively, and they'll get all they need. But I still like to vary my fish's diet. But honestly, because I use Vitachem, I could pick one food, dose my Vitachem once a week, because the Vitachem is going to give them the vitamins they might be lacking. So I really don't even need to vary my diets. But I do like to try different foods. NLS is one of my favorites. Northfin, my favorite. As far as the next tier down, I like my omega 1s, my cobalts. Can't remember that other one. Fluval makes a good food. 20 tanks, man. That's crazy. I use Vitachem and Seachem Nourish. Very cool, Teal. So, we're everyone in here and everyone that does this thing is a little bit more than your average fish keeper. We go a little bit above and beyond. Your average fish keeper is not going to be doing things like Nourish and Seachem. Your Seachem Nourishes, your Vitachems, and giving your food. They're just not going to do it. So we like to take the steps to make sure our fish can live the best life they can live. And some of us are adding a ridiculous amount of tanks. Vitachem is a great product. See, I don't even do that. I just I put it in a pump bottle because I got tired of measuring it out with the teaspoon or tablespoon or whatever it was. I put it in a pump bottle. And what I like about that is I measured it out so I know exactly how many pumps I need to get the dose. When you put Vitachem in a pump bottle and it hits the water, it spreads out immensely. And I just have always dosed it right into the water. I've never soaked food in it. But soaking your food in it is a great way to really get it inside the fish's digestive system and everything to help fight disease. There's nothing wrong with it. I just hate taking the extra time. In my opinion, especially if you put it in a pump bottle, because when it hits the water, like I said, it spreads out fast. They're absorbing it, and the fish will actually go to the sediments and eat it too. I've noticed a lot of my fish will go up to it when the sediments hit the water and eat it, and they're also absorbing it at the same time. So I've never found a need to have to soak my food in it. Everybody complains about how Seachem Prime stinks, and it does. It really smells sulfury. But you know what that tells me? It's good stuff. Be back. Got to send some water to the tank. Swivel says, local fisher sold me 4 10-gallon tanks for $15. I have 4 more today. Used tank. $3.75 a tank. Had to get them, yeah. Never have enough aquariums, Tim says. It's tough. Yeah, we all fall into that. I think I've always said, well, I have about 10 or 12 aquariums. I just want to get my monster tank and I'll get no more, which is the case. I'm getting no more after I got this 300. But then I found two free 55 gallons. Well, one's a 55 and I think one's a 60 tall or 65 tall. Then I set them up. So now I have 16, and that's enough for me. I could easily add. I could reconfigure this garage and add a lot of aquariums in here. I just don't want to do it. It's enough. Right now, I'm just focused on getting my 300 fixed. Out of 18 tanks, just 8 will eat prepared foods. Really? And 4 are only eating live foods. Okay. So I do like to throw in my blood worms, my tubiflex worms. I do have some frozen krill in the freezer. I like to keep some. The whole frozen food thing can be kind of a controversial thing. Some people say you're putting your fish at risk getting bacteria from them. I have never had that problem. I don't feed it very often, but I do like to give them a special frozen treat sometimes. Yeah, Tim, this Python hook, I love it, man. I've had it for years. It's worth it. It don't even cost that much money. You got to get one, dude. Hang it, walk away. You don't have to try to like use the lid to hold the tube down. Just hang it and walk away. Goldfish have always loved fresh water coming in their aquariums. They're always, see how they're next to it. They love playing in it. There's a golden dojo loach in this tank too. He loves playing in that water when it comes in. Crazy says, yeah, I got a lot of seahorses, pipefish, and dragnets. Yeah, you got some. You're a saltwater guy. You like your saltwater fish. That's too rich for my blood, buddy. I thought about setting up a small saltwater tank. I don't want to go too small. We all know how that works. Usually end up needing a bigger tank. But I feel like if I was going to set up a saltwater tank, I'd like something like a 40-gallon breeder and do that. But I just, God, the coral alone cost you a mint. Now, right now, I have a female beta fish that I am currently fighting bloat in with her. And I have fixed this before with her in the past. And I find 30-minute Epsom salt baths daily works better than any food, like your pea or raw garlic, and any medication ever has. Like bloat is one of them things that are hard to beat, and I never used to be able to beat it until I started doing 30-minute Epsom salt baths. 1 tablespoon of Epsom salt per gallon of water. Put the fish in there. The Epsom salt dissolves pretty fast. Put the fish in there, set a timer, do that daily, and I have fixed bloat. I have fixed iCloud in betas, tetras, tiger barbs several times. Those are the only fish that I have problems with bloat. Tiger barbs, you have to be careful how much you feed them. Betas and goldfish are the only fish I ever have problems with bloat. And the Epsom salt baths seem to fix it every time. They only accept frozen and live foods. Wild caught fish, I don't blame them. $80 per bucket of salt. You don't need corals. Yeah, you can use dry rock too, right? Just get some dry rock. But then you got to have the fancy schmancy lights, and you have to buy the freaking salt, have water pre-mixed. God, dude. I mean, it's worth it in the end. I get it, man. Those fish are beautiful. Something different to look at, obviously. I wouldn't mind having my one single salty tank in here. But there are cheap corals for beginners out there. Grow like weeds. You can use freshwater setup for having some Nemos. Oh, they can live freshwater. Do you just have to add like a little bit of salt, or how's that work? Yeah, I'm gonna have to set up my little castles or something in this 65 for these convicts, so these little ones have a place to hide. Because this big one, he's a bully. But I'll tell you what, these convicts are pretty. I don't know if you got a good shot of them earlier there, but here he comes out front. He's got blue fins, and they got those nice little orange spots on their bellies. Really like them. But I'm probably gonna have to put those two fake castles in here that I got, so they have a place to hide, because they're a little stressed out. Here's one up here, trying to hide, get away from the bully. And there's another smaller one. So I'm gonna have to give them some refuge. Know the same tech. I'm a big believer in live foods also. I'm currently making a batch of BBS and mixing food for my massive white worm culture. BBS. I know what that is. Refresh me. What's BBS? What is BBS? I can't remember what it is. Mosquito larvae is cheap and easy in the summer. Filter lights. The only few things you may need is a marine test equipment for salinity. Yeah, I have to get that hydrometer or whatever it's called. Yes, baby brine chip. I knew that. Fuck's sake. I knew that. I couldn't. My mind wouldn't like formulate. Yeah, I saw a lot of you guys making your own foods like that. Cultivating your own foods, brine shrimp and such. I'd like to. I thought about trying that. Try my hand at that. So if you could make your own food, why not? It's a lot cheaper, and live food's healthier. Insects. Salt. Yeah, I'd have to have salt. Actually, hikers, I have a power head to simulate the ocean. It's in this Oscar tank. I'm not using it right now. But if you get two of them, you can link them up so you have a master and a server. And they'll work back and forth to create the ocean, simulate the ocean current and waves. The BBS isn't necessarily cheaper, but the worms and larvae are. Okay. So why is BBS more expensive to make? What makes it more expensive? Green water. It's very easy to make your own green water. Hey Tommy, good to see you, buddy. He says if you're talking about making your own food, you could probably find a hand crank pelletizer for cheap on a marketplace. Price for good eggs, okay. If you get good eggs, the cost is pretty penny. I go, okay. I don't know nothing about that, so I'm learning from you guys. So I like when you guys come in and talk about these types of things. Make sure this water temperature is still good. Got to babysit that. cool down a little bit, but hey, goldfish are cold water fish. Tommy says, I'm the egg king. I'm egg rich. And if you don't need the bigger, you need them phytoplankton or buy algae food for them. Grant says the white worms are by far my favorite live food, but put them in a bin and feed once a week. Super easy. Tommy is the egg king. He's super rich. Hey, Life. Good to see you, buddy. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, it's just I hate how long it takes to fill the tanks. I'd have been like, this is only my second tank. If I could fill these aquariums faster, I'd be getting done so much faster. It takes even longer now than it used to because we recently put a new faucet in that bathroom that I used to hook this python up to. The old one had much better flow. This new one has that new energy saving design crap. So it takes even longer now to fill tanks because of that stupid thing. I hate it. Plus, it's coming from all the way on the other end of the house. Like literally, like I'm in the garage, which is on the end of my house. That main bathroom is pretty much on the complete other end of the house. I've got like 100-foot python. Tim keeps sharing it. I am the Mbuna master. I am the Mbuna master breeder, master caretaker, master expert. Gracie says, I got me a water storage in the corner, so I got fish room temp water for quick. Yeah, and that's what I would have to do. I even thought about doing that here. I have one of those 32-gallon brute garbage cans on a caster. I know I'd need more than that, but I thought about even doing my aquariums to have like 4 or 5 of them ready. Maybe fill them up 2 days prior to I'm about to do water changes. Have them dechlorinated, ready to go, and just put a pump in there and fill. But the fact of the matter is I would drain all 4 of those things in no time, and I'd still be doing what I'm doing right now. I would have to probably buy 10 to 20 of those garbage cans in order to do all these aquariums, and then now you have all these garbage cans in the way. Appreciate you coming in, Melvin, saying hello. Been a little bit. Just doing a little tank maintenance stream, a little overdue, so we're on the second one here because of my slow fill times. We're going to move to the 125-gallon Oscar tank next. Then we'll just shoot right over here across the road and do the convict tank. Got a bunch of convicts in here. Well, 3 of them. They busted freshly out of jail, but we're going to take care of them either way. And then I'm probably gonna have to install some kind of like these fake castle things I have or something, because I'm out of like any large pieces of driftwood. These ones are spoken for. Um, I got to put some refuge in here so these little guys have a place to hide so they're not stressed out, because the big convict is a bully. As expected, it's a convict. And then we'll just go ahead and move to the 275s behind it, the 55 behind it. We'll do the gold angel grow out tank over here. I call it the Petco tank. And then this whole side of the garage is done. Then we go to the other side. I've got a 29 over there, a 55 over there. And as far as the small tanks go, we're just going to top them off. So really, if this tanks would fill faster, we'd be good. Check this out, guys. My wife made this. It's called the Tree of Life. Really like this. Let me know what you guys think about this. She actually made me this octopus up here too. I got my TV up here. I got to get another Roku box for it so we can watch streams up here. And if I had the Roku box, I'd actually be reading chat off of that instead of my iPad. But there's those castles I was talking. My sister got these for me years back. I may have to put those castles in this tank because it's the only thing big enough that I have. Let's raise this up. Yeah, smash that like button. Appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out with me. Use it if you got it. You can swap it out later. Yeah, I'll just exactly. You do what you got to do. I just have never been a fan of using the fake decorations and things. But yeah, you know, those castles are up there. They're fairly big. They got a lot of holes and crevices that these guys can go into and hide in. So once I get done here, we're gonna have to do that. While we're waiting for this tank to fill up, because I can tell these little convicts are a little stressed out. Oh, poop. Thought I had my other flipper on this tank. I think I have it on the Oscar grow out tank. Yeah. So in my garage, the only lights on right now are the lights that are lighting up the aquarium. And I like that. It really creates a nice relaxing atmosphere. However, I got pothos still doing really well that I like to turn the main light on and go ahead and make sure they're getting plenty of light. I have one window in here I open to bring in some sunlight, but that only really serves the tanks over there. I'm going to talk to you guys about aquarium lids a little bit. When is the last time that you guys purchased a glass top? Or do you guys use glass tops? This little flipper Nano is amazing. I love this thing. The Nano is not designed for a 55-gallon aquarium. It's designed for smaller thickness of glass, but it still works. And it slides real nice and easy. I got a Flipper Max. I got this in another Nano, and the rest of the mag floats. The Aqueon magnetic cleaters are crap. Hate those things. They're bulky. They sink like a rock. They don't float if they come unmagnetized. Look at the attitude. He reminds me of the blood parrots. He's got attitude. I like fish with a little bit of attitude. Might as well go ahead and get this algae scraped off because we're going to be coming to this tank soon. So, talking about glass tops, once I get done with this, I'm going to see what you guys had to say about the glass tops first. Trying to go slow and not freak these little convicts out anymore, and they already kind of are. Come on, stupid. I do have my Higer internal power filler running in this aquarium, so I can do a nice follow-up video on the review for that. So far, so good. I don't know, amazing hideouts and the fish don't mind. Yeah. I like those fake rocks with the caves. Saves on weight. Yeah, me too. What about 15 years ago, Branton? Branton runs no tops now. Poly for more inclined to jump fish. Now our poly are more inclined to jump fish. Okay. I don't use glass tops because fish can injure easily compared to the acrylic when they jump. I got a glass. Hey, Bob Bravo, good to see you. I got one glass top to replace the hood of my tank. I've cut myself a few times, but it works. Oh boy, you can get you some of that diamond, or what do they call it? Diamond sandpaper to smooth them down, those edges. The Aquarion scrapers have pointy corners, which are dangerous to the fish's eyes if they have a flash or move too fast. But the Aquarion assured me there's no danger, but I'd rather have smooth rounded edges. Yeah. Or you know what? I didn't mean Aquarion teal. I meant to say the top fin. Those big, huge, bulky, bulbous top fins. I hate those things. 15 years since my last glass top purchase. Okay. So the tank you're looking at right now has the top fin glass tops on them. And I don't know what they are thinking, but these things are way overly engineered. They changed it so the top does not actually fit the aquarium that it's supposed to be designed for. Instead, I'm just going to have to take this off. Instead, it's designed to be smaller, the back portion, and they give you all these plastic clips to put in place to make it fit. Without the plastic clips now, the glass top would not sit here on the back and fall through. So you have to use all these plastic stupid clips. It's stupid. I hate it. Aquarion makes a really nice glass top that actually fit the aquarium. You don't have to do all that. Now, I have never had a problem with glass tops and jumping fish. Now, don't get me wrong. These bad boys right here, particularly the red tiger Oscar there, he freaks out at times and he jumps. And I've had him hit them glass top numerous times. But these ones here are the real heavy ones. He's hit them. They bounced up. He never come out. I love my glass tops. I won't have an aquarium without them. Reduces condensation, keeps stuff in, keeps stuff out. can see through them. I'll tell you another light I'm impressed with. You know how you get the 125-gallon deal at PetSmart? It comes with these lights. I love these lights. They really make the tank look nice. Never have any problems with them. Simple. I have them on a timer, on, off, done. I think what I'm also going to do while I'm waiting for this to fill, sorry about all the movement. Hope that don't bother you guys. I'm going to get my ladder and get these castles down. My glass tops. Hey, Cecil, good to see you, buddy. My glass top's been okay, and I just bought some of those 3 months ago for my 55-gallon. All I use is glass tops. Yeah, same with me. I love my tops. You can actually buy those hinges. That the same hinges that they use on these glass tops, you can buy them. And if you could get some like glass, like old windows or shelves on the Facebook market site, they're always selling glass. You could actually get that glass cutting tool, very simple to use, and get some of that sandpaper, and you could cut and make your own lids. And you can actually go get those sticky hooks, those clear hooks that you can buy that have double-sided tape on it, and use those as handles. Very simple. A lot of people are afraid to cut glass. It's not a hard thing to do. It actually cuts really nice. Get a good cutting tool for it. On top of being a little chilly today, it is supposed to rain too. So that's going to be real enjoyable. But the rain is supposed to stop before 6, because at 6 we're going to go to this Botanical Gardens Halloween thing. They always do real nice shows at Christmas. So now we're going to try out Halloween this year. And that's today. So that's another reason why I started a little earlier on my tank maintenance stream here. There, I got those castles down. I took them outside, right outside my door here. I have a nice setup with a hose I use to rinse all my filter media out. I'll rinse these castles out. After I do the water change, we'll stick them in there. And these convicts will have a place to hide so they feel safe. Tim says his local fish store carries the plastic hinges 6 foot. Yeah, exactly. I know I had to buy hinges for my tops. Yeah, because they always fail, right? That's the one thing about those dang hinges. They do always fail. Crazy says acrylic is a bit easier to cut and it's less risk of breaking. Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, acrylic is a great option to make glass tops with. Now, I will say plexiglass used to be an awesome thing to do too, but plexiglass prices has skyrocketed. It is insane. When I got this 300, I was looking at them. They want crazy money for a sheet of like at Lowe's. There was a sheet of acrylic. I think it was 1/4 inch thick, something of maybe like, let's just for sake, I can't remember the exact dimensions. Let's say a 4 foot by 5 foot piece of acrylic was like $200 or $300 or something like that. I'm like, yeah, that ain't happening. No, sir. That's crazy. This tank here is almost done filling up. We can go ahead and get the pump and the Oscar tank here. Hope you don't freak out about this. He's a freakazoid, this red tiger. I've seen him take off, spooked, and run into rocks, run into glass. I'm surprised he hasn't killed himself. It's a crazy dude. Like I say, I got all the algae off a day or two ago. I don't worry about the back glass. I do have a sponge filter on my original FX6 for this aquarium because they dig so much. I was getting sand in there, so I had to put and that's something weekly I have to replace. I have to pull the sponge filter out, put another one on. I have spares, and then I clean that one. What a slow process, this filling. Drive me up the wall. That price is crazy. Ew, it's insane, man. I was like, $400? Nah. No. I will, I'll cut a piece of cardboard and waterproof it and put it on top at that price. Cut to fit with these. Oh, yeah. Polycarbonate, yeah. King of DIY uses those on all his aquariums, I think. Yeah. My bala sharks go crazy. Excuse me. Yeah, bala sharks, Cecil, was something I always, another fish I wanted to have. But, excuse me. I think Depps has one in a 125, a couple of them. But if I was going to get a bala shark, I'd probably want a 240, 210, 300 gallon for them if they get big. All right, we'll go ahead and unplug this. Again, the only thing I have running this tank is well, right now, 2 FX6s. Excuse me, my throat's dry. And the lights, the power head. And I also noticed my community tank, the first tank we started with, is a little out of balance, so I'm going to have to tap in the wedges on the floor to level that stand up. So let's unplug canisters. That's done. And I think this is the power head. And we can go ahead and start draining this one. And again, I love this setup. I'll show you here. I have this pump. These are magnetic hooks. This is where I store the pump. I drilled 2 holes at the bottom of the door and I put in fittings and caps. So when I'm not using it, I can cap it off. Nothing can get in and out or weather. And it just drains right out of the door outside. So all I have to do, and I got enough hose, I can go around to every tank in this garage and drain every tank right out the door. When I'm done, we wrap it up and hang it on the hooks. I only now use the Python to fill. So as I'm about full on one tank, I'm draining another one. And then when it's drained, I put it on there, I fill it, and so on and so forth. If the draining process didn't take so long, I could get all these tanks down in probably 2 hours. Sorry, my throat's dry. All the talking, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna have to Sorry about that banging them. Level that stand up some more. And it happens, you know, you set these aquariums up, you get them level, and then they settle. So I'll have to get that level back up. All right, I'm going to go stop the water on this aquarium. I'll be right back. Yeah, it's kind of nice. I got my own little man cave out here, fish cave. I'm searching for a good name for my fish room. Keep in mind, I'm slowly getting it over to that. It's going to be like have that industrial look. I got chains hanging from the ceiling. Because as I discussed, I'm changing my light setup in here. Got some cinder block stands painted black. Got black stands. Gonna kind of look like this industrial looking fish room. So and it's in a garage, so I need like a good fish room name. I'm looking for fish room name suggestions. Keeping those in mind. But it's a nice little place to myself out here. I got my treadmill out here, all my tanks. I got my computer. Really enjoying it. Crazy says I got silver monos. They're always spooked. Hey, Spider Lady Kim, good to see you. Yeah, some of these fish, I don't get it, man. Like this red tiger Oscar, he can just be. I swear to God, he's either like sleeping at times, and maybe like a pother root rubs up against him and it freaks him out, and he just goes flying. I've seen him fly into the glass, fly into stones. Same with the white one at time, but more the red tiger Oscar. He just gets like so spooked out so easily. And you think he'd be used to it, because I'm always walking by these tanks. I'm always feeding them. I've always, I got my hands in them. And he knows. He knows who I am. Appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out with me on this live stream. This is the third tank we're on. Another thing I hate about the AquaClear 110s is you have to prime them. I can't just plug them back in. I wouldn't even have hanging the backs if I didn't want some backup filters. Or a filter to have on hand to cycle a new tank real quick. Things like that. I have slowly getting away from these hanging the backs. They're too much maintenance that I like. You're always having to unclog them, clean them. AC 110 was my favorite, but I'm so tired of the not priming. I know that their new one, I guess their new one will fight that problem a little bit, but it's really not fixed or something. I don't know. The Aqueon Quiet Flows are probably my favorite hang on the back filter. They're super quiet. They're tanks. They run forever. I love the design they have for holding on to beneficial bacteria right before the water comes out of them. They have that baffle set up. I don't like that it's like the inlet's off the one side, not the center. Things like that like bother me, but that's not a big deal. The filter's great. The pump is in the water. You don't have to prime them. I'm just a big fan of my canisters. Hey, Lando, good to see you, buddy. Cecil says, I built my carport into a fish room. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then you're on a concrete slab, Cecil, and it's so you closed it in, I'm assuming, and you insulated it, and now you're heating and cooling it. Crazy says, HOBs are an us thing. we or a US thing. We don't get many of them in Europe. Really? Well, you're not missing out, man. I've never found an HOB I've really been happy with. The only one I've really been happy with is, like I said, the Aqueon Quiet Flows. Now, I've never tried the titles. I hear good things. The Fluval Aqua Clears was my favorite, but it didn't take long till I got tired of that freaking priming. They're constantly clogging up. I know that they redesigned their inlets, so that's not a problem anymore. But from what I hear, the priming's still kind of an issue because they still didn't put the damn pump in the water. I don't know why they didn't do that. It's stupid. Put the pump in the water. No one want to have to prime their crap. What if you're away from the house? The power goes out. It's sitting there running and getting hot because it won't start again. It's just a stupid design. I had an FX6 canister, and I also run the HOB with just polyfill. That's the same thing I do, Cecil, except I did put some pot scrubbers in my hang on the backs because I'm literally using them as backup, or if I need to filter a cycle another aquarium, or if I want to just take the pot scrubbers out and put them in an existing filter type of thing. Get you an Oasis BioStove. I heard of those, Branton. I also see the price tag on them. Well, the price tag on their canister filters are ridiculous. But I'm hearing a lot of good things about those. So I'm assuming you have one then, right? You love it? Crazy says, I got my gravel filter with an air pump for fresh water. Nice, easy, and cheap. Oh, so you got an under gravel filter? You're rocking one of those? I'd say we're about 75% right there. I like to do big old water changes with my big fish because, like I say, I only do this monthly. So as many nitrates as I can pull out, we're going to do it. But I like to, when their fins start coming out of the water, I know it's time to stop. And they have to start leaning like this. So that'll be good right there. Another thing that I would like to get rid of having to use is dechlorinators. I would love to hook up those RV filters coming out of my Python here and just do that, because they have all those carbon blocks in there that dechlorinate the water and get rid of the heavy metals. That is still something I'm looking into. How else can we make the fishery more efficient and cost effective? And Tommy, I think, is the original one I heard this from. I think Swiffle was talking about it too. Go get those RV filters, put them in line in your Python, and the water comes through carbon blocks and different things. So by the time it hits the water, there is no chlorine, chloramine, or heavy metals. But you do have to change those out every 3 to 4 months. I just got to see if that cost outweighs the cost of buying Prime, because my last purchase, I got a whole gallon jug of Prime off Amazon. That's going to last me a long time. It's certainly going to last me longer than 4 months. So I don't feel like the cost is better getting those RV filters versus the dechlorinator, but it is less chemicals you're putting in the tank. Yeah, I saw that. I seen you said it was an HOB, and yes, I love it. I have Eheim canisters, equally great. That is a canister filter I've never tried. Is the Eheims. Yes, the good old undergravel filter, as I have to use at work. Okay. Crazy said he had the eHive Classic external filter. I can run it. The underground filter on my solar panels. Oh, wow. So you're running off solar panels. So you're into efficiency and cost saving. Well, using Prime is your first mistake. Switch to safe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But you know what, Branton? I know exactly what you're talking about. I know Seachem Safe is just a power form, and it lasts longer, and you know, from what I understand, it works faster, and it treats a lot more gallons. I get all that, but I feel like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I feel like in my case where I had 16 tanks, I'm about to get rid of. I got rid of one, so I'm down to 15, and I'm about to be probably down to 1, 2, take 4. I might be running 11 tanks total, maybe 12. I really don't think I need to use safe. I feel like if you know, when you start getting into aquariums of 300 and up, which I do have a 300, but it's not running yet, but you have a lot of those, I feel like safe becomes a lot more, it makes more sense logically to use safe. But for me, I'm going to have maybe 12 tanks. And when I buy the gallon jugs of Prime, I mean, that lasts me a very, very, very long time. But I get it. Even in that case, if you're buying safe, it's going to last even longer, right? Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll get over to safe and do that. Crazy says my whole fish room is powered by the sun, but I heat my with my central heater. Okay. Fart Simpson. Good to see you. Appreciate you coming in. I've never used a chlorinator and I've never had a problem. But don't let the business and industry fool you. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, man. Branton says safe saves you money no matter how many tanks. If you okay, I got you, Branton. Yeah, Fart Simpson, 100%. But here's the deal. Definitely, and you're in a room with fish keepers here that you know we live and breathe this stuff on a daily basis. We're in a million live streams. We've networked. We know a lot of people. We're 100% fully aware of. You know, don't let the marketing fool you. Don't let that scheme you. We get it, but your water, because that works for you, that might not work for us. Everybody's city's water is different. Some chloramines are more powerful where you live. Some places, these fish keepers that we know, they can literally smell the ammonia coming out of their tap water. Obviously, that type of situation is not going to be healthy for your fish, and it has to be dechlorinated. It must be taken out. So where you live, that might work for you, and that's great, man. If that's the way you've been keeping fish and you don't use dechlorinators and it works for you, awesome. Lucky you. But that's not always going to work for everybody. So that's where we come into that situation where you got to really be careful what you say, because some people might take your advice and do that, but have more chlorine and chloramines in their water. The next thing they know, their fish are dying. So just keep that in mind, man. Air will also do. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, so I get it, man. I definitely appreciate you coming in and putting your input in, but just be careful some of that information you put out there because your water is different from mine. Um, and if you don't dechlorinate, you could really kill your fish real fast. Even not even talking about ammonia and chlorine and chloramines. Maybe oh, that Oscar just flipped out. Maybe maybe our water has more heavy metals in it, type of thing. Um, and maybe yours is fine. Are you on tap water, Fart Simpson, or do you have a well? Had to adjust the temperature. It's coming out too warm. Did you guys see that Oscar freak out like I was telling you? Let's see here. She says, I have 6 tanks right now, and I'm looking for a 20-gallon long to put in my living room, and I'm hoping to find one on the marketplace. Oh, yeah. I found 2 20-gallon longs. Ones I'm running now, Cecil, for a really good price. Got 2 of them. Well water, I can see not dechlorinating, no problem, but on city water, no way. Well water, exactly, Brent, exactly. So, I like that, coming in, we came in to share his experience, and that's awesome. But this is that blurred fine line. We've got to be careful when we come in and say what we say, because that might be him working him for me. He might be telling you the truth. Hey, I don't use dechlorinators and it works. Been doing it for years. Don't have a problem. That's awesome. He's lucky. That's not always going to work for everybody else. So, and he's right too. Don't buy into everything they're trying to sell you. Everyone's out there just trying to make money. So I agree with them with that too. Definitely don't be naive. But in this case, you have to be. I guess if you wanted to know if you have to use a dechlorinator or not, you'd have to test your water. But even if that was the case, I would want to test my water almost every week or 2 weeks to make sure it's staying the same on city water, because they treat sometimes and things can change. Maybe they have a leak and now your water gets toxic. So, yep, not everybody can get away with not using a dechlorinator. It's always good to use carbon block, even do it on my own well. You never know if a plane lost some stuff like that's true. Crazy. You never know, man. Sometimes your city will clean out and add higher amounts when they're treating their systems, and unless you know that schedule, you're not going to know. Now here you come along, do a water change, and your fish are belly up because they have amounts of ammonia or whatever, chloramines. I never test. I've tested my tap water here a couple times. I never test it. I always just dechlorinate. I've never had an issue with doing my water changes. Did you guys see that Oscar freak out? At some point, he freaked out. That's why the water's all murky now. I guess while I'm waiting, I'm going to go ahead and get that AquaClear primed again and get it plugged back in. These are the extra steps I hate. I want to be able to just plug the filter right back in. I don't want to have to do this extra step. It's not because I'm being lazy. It's because I'm trying to be efficient. I think that 2 Subway cups full of water is what does it. Oops. If you go to Subway, get the cups, clean them out. Good for a lot of things. It's always good to use a carbon block, even well. I have got to use it because I'm on city water. Yeah, same here, Cecil. It's also good to test for copper now and then if you use heated water for water changes. Yeah, I say that's something I've never done either, but that's great information. I think because from what I understand, I don't think carbon can remove copper, or is it iron? Which one is it? I think it's iron. Or which one is it? Carbon will not remove one of them, copper or iron. Iron. Oh, it's a bigger problem for marine. Okay. So when I was hanging these chains up for my new light setup, obviously they were going right into the ceiling, and if I hate wall anchors. Anytime I'm trying to hang something on a ceiling or a wall, I try to like get into the stud. But in this case, I'm obviously not going to have a stud exactly where I want it to hang these lights. So what I did was I got those screw-in white. I'll grab one because the regular wall anchors suck. These wall anchors are awesome. Get some of these. These are great. They never come out. So I put these in the ceiling, and I additionally put some Gorilla Glue around them. This is something I never usually do, but I want to make sure these never come out of the ceiling. So I put a little bit of Gorilla Glue around the threads, put them in the hole, and then I screwed my metal hook into the hole. Excluding these ones, they're going to be hanging from a wood shelf, but all these chains up here going into the ceiling are going to hold my new light setup. They will never fall out now. But those are the wall anchors you want to use. Solo cups. Yeah, I got some of those too. Was it iron that can't be filtered? I think that's what it is, Crazy. I think it's iron that can't be taken out of the water by carbon. So, iron. I actually thought it was said. I used to think you were supposed to say it iron. Most people just said iron because they're lazy with it, right? But that is how you're supposed to say it, iron. Look at this. It takes forever to fill. I'm too impatient for this. God, I could be 4 tanks ahead. I'm going to take you guys over here and show you my angelfish. If you remember, not too long ago, I had some angelfish fry, and the 6 that are left are doing great. They're in a little bit of a tanniny setup with this Pawnee driftwood. But they're doing good. I'll feed them a little bit for you. I just fed them, but we'll give them some more. I got to get them out of this aquarium and get them into the 75. Let's give them some Bug Pro. They're doing real good. This is the Petco tank. You bet. You bet, Crazy. Tim says I'm still watching, listening, starting my aquarium's maintenance. All right, Tim. Very cool, buddy. Tim, if you want to, I can put the link in the chat if you want to join me and we can both do it. Just let me know. We can do our maintenance together. Let me know. I'll put the link in the chat. You can come on in and do it with me. Starting with the 10s and the 55 master bedroom. Sure. All right. Let me get to my computer over here. And then you can come in and join me and we'll do it together, buddy. Oh my goodness, my lower back. Here you go, Tim. $175 gallon I would like to replace is this one right here. I got it free. The people in the neighborhood used it as a reptile thing, but got a lot of calcium things. You cannot get this cloudiness off. I've tried everything. I talked to Father Fish about this too. This is just the old tank syndrome. You'll never get that cloudiness out of this tank. Wouldn't mind replacing it with a more clear one, but that would have to be I found one for free type of thing. If I ever find a 75 gallon for free with clear glass, I'll replace it. All right, there's Tim. Yeah, I don't do the bucket thing.
What's up?
Hey, buddy.
Morning.
How are you?
Got a little discouraged yesterday with that dang 120 stand. Kept having issues after issues. I just said, hell with it, tear it down and fix everything and do it right the first time. I got too much of a hurry, I guess. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? Might need to turn this thing up. No, I'm up. Chat, can you hear me? Get really quiet in my ear. Okay. Well, I guess Jess disappeared on me for a second. But yeah, if anybody don't know, I'm Slim Tim, Dirty Aquatics, 30-year fish hobbyist. I don't know everything, but I love learning new stuff. No, I have not tried saltwater yet. As Jess Dunn said, it's kind of on the expensive side. And I'm gonna knock everything over while I'm at it. But I would like to start a saltwater eventually, though, because that's the reason why I got the Mabuna fetish right now, as they like to call it, the poor man's saltwater fish tank. So yeah. Let's move y'all over here and see if y'all can see it better. Yeah, that's better. Anybody need some duckweed? I got plenty. And I lost my scraper. There it is. But yeah, I just recently moved these 2 10-gallons in here into my bathroom. And yes, I'm keeping an eye on the humidity and mold. This is a temporary move, maybe. I don't know yet. We're still working on it. But I got these in here so I can move the 55 in my bedroom to where they were sitting in the living room. That way I can get the 120 in the bedroom once I get the leak test done. But I also got to do a leak test on both of the 120s because I keep having so many offers on that second 120. I'm thinking about selling it because, like I said, if I can turn around, sell it, and get back my money, I can turn around and use it for whatever I need for other aquariums. Even though I don't want to get rid of it, but you know, when you need money, you need money.
Right.
Right, Jess.
Yes, sir. And you can still hear me, Tim, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it went really quiet in my AirPod. I didn't know what happened.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't know if it's because you're farther away, but I'm having a harder time hearing you. You sound really low, but my volume's all the way up.
I got my AirPod in, so it might be trying to eliminate the background noise or echo in the bathroom here.
Okay.
I got it maxed out. Hold on, make sure.
Brenton
Oh,
wants to know how
now I
old
do.
you are, Tim.
I am a young 37. My daddy was a leap year baby, so I get my good young looks from him.
Yeah. Teal says, I definitely need some duckweed. Mine's growing sort of slow.
This is 1 month. I had it in a 5-gallon aquarium, and now I have it in 2 10s, and it's going in the Oscar 55-gallon tank with my Central South American, and they eat it. Surprisingly, I didn't think they were going to eat it. My Mabunas, not so much. They're like, eh.
Oh, they don't like it?
Yeah, my Mabunas not yet, but I'm going to do a fasting on them and make them eat it. I got to get some air tubing on the overflow box to keep it from going into the sump. You know, kind of like that little plastic tube they use for oil spills.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that as a surface barrier around my overflow to keep the duckweed from getting in the sump. But yeah, they'll eat it. Trust me, if they get hungry enough, they will eat it.
Oh, yeah.
But now you said you starting your maintenance. I was like, well, I might as well go ahead and start my maintenance.
Yeah, I needed to get it done, and I really didn't want to go another week, wait until the weekend to do it. So I figured let's just get started early this morning and get it going.
Well, as I was saying in your chat earlier, yes, this is the timeout tank. And like I said, he has his own label.
Okay, thanks, Teal, for the AV check.
Yeah, I was asking her if y'all could hear me because, like I said, it just went really quiet. And then this one down here is my quarantine tank. So that's one reason why I wanted the duckweed so much, because it'll help with, not having such intense light bearing down on them. This is a Planet light strip though, so I should maybe swap these around. I don't know yet, but I got a video on my YouTube channel of this light strip going strong for 10 years now. Phoenix Planet Plus.
I have an old Phoenix. It's hanging on my wall now, and it still works, but the drivers are slowly going out of it, so it doesn't get as bright now, and only certain colors work on it.
Well, I run my lights for maybe 5 to 6 hours at a time. And yes, you heard me right, 5 to 6 hours, and I get this kind of duckweed growth.
Wow.
Get off my hand. Damn it. I'm sorry.
That's all right. So you have a vacation tank, like a timeout tank for a bully or one fish that's getting bullied that you can take it, and then underneath that you have your QT set up.
Yeah, or like I said, it can be the hospital timeout tank as well if it needs to. So that's one
Yeah,
thing
that's
I've
what I'm
learned.
using my little Petco tank as.
That's one thing I've learned with my 5 years now with babunas is you got to have kind of timeout tanks. And this is an a-hole. I put him back in population 3 times, and he will not leave everybody alone. But also on Reddit, Threads, and a couple other sites I'm a part of, you can only have one bumblebee in population, supposedly.
Well, maybe I have one bumblebee with all the rest of mine, but honestly, man, I don't have too many aggression issues. They chase each other from time to time, but I had when I lied. When I first started, I had one that they bullied, and they had all the fins down to nothing. I took him out, healed him back up, and then I put him in my 125 community tank, and I just left him in there. And man, has he gotten big! I'll show him to you. He's like probably one of the biggest babunas I have now. But he's happy. I never put him back in. I figured, why fix what's not broke?
Exactly.
He's swimming around here somewhere. I just saw him. He looks good.
I might need to drink some water. I'm splashing. Yeah, that's one thing I hate about the duckweed. You gotta dunk your hands several times to get it to come off you.
Yeah. And I tried that little, you take the air hose, make a circle to make a feeding hole through it.
Yeah.
But the dang duckweed still ends up in there.
I love the duckweed. Like I said, it's a good night. Yeah, I get these two always mixed up. The one with the eye in it is a good factory for that. All right, I think I'm ready to start draining. So give me a second. I gotta go get my siphon for this tank. This is my quarantine tank. I use a whole different siphon for it.
Okay. Man, I've never seen this before. My Oscar tank got really cloudy after I know that the Tiger flipped out and made a mess, but this is very cloudy. It usually don't happen. Oh, that Mbuna was swimming around, but he's hiding now. Look how cloudy this water got.
Hold on, I'm about to be back there. Yes, sir. I'm back. Where are we looking?
Look how cloudy that damn water got. That usually don't happen, but the Tiger did flip out and stir some sand up, but it'll clear up. Just never seen that happen before.
Yeah, that's what's going on my 55. He's stirring everything up because he's getting too damn big for that size of aquarium. And every time he flips his tail just right, it stirs everything up. So now the water stays cloudy all the time. And plus, It's a 55 with, let's see, an 8-inch Oscar, 2 6-inch Severums, 2 Parrots. Yeah. And I've been procrastinating long enough on this build, so I need to hurry up and get in gear because everybody's starting to run out of room. And you know how the internet is. Everybody give you hate for doing stuff wrong if you're not doing it right.
Yeah. I had to come outside and piss.
TMI. Well, if you hear a trickle sound in here, you know what I'm doing. I'm in my bathroom. By the way, if anybody gets the Coral Life Digital Power Center they sell at PetSmart, don't. They're garbage. Anytime you push it wrong or squeeze the housing, it resets everything on the power strip, and you have to reprogram your timer again.
Oh God.
That's it. The Coral Life Digital Power Center, 24/7 digital timer at PetSmart. Do not get it. It's supposed to be for reptiles or something. It has a daylight, and then I guess your blue light alternate timing schedules for it, and then you got 4 constant. Yeah, I hate it.
Dude, it's funny that you said that because I was just looking at the last night because I was looking up timer. You know, my favorite light timers are the analog ones.
Yeah, that right there.
They just work.
I love my Alexa plugs and putting them on a routine. I really love those. Or if you got Google Home, that works too. Yep.
Yeah.
Y'all just saw that. I blew my aquarium. Got to get the duckweed out of the dang way just so I can get the siphon down in there. Oh yeah, and I appreciate you having Father Fish showing you how to build that 120 or that 29 build.
10 gallon.
10 gallon. So every time now I use that little siphon method he showed you. That's only the siphon way I do it now.
Oh yeah, isn't that cool?
Hell yeah, it's much easier. I don't have to suck on nothing no more.
Nope. And that right there is why I love doing collaborations, because you always usually learn something new. You think you've done it all, and then an old guy comes in and shows you, no, you haven't.
Yep. Yeah, nothing against the Father Fish method. I kind of felt like that was going to happen in that 10 gallon. Your ammonia was going to spike through the roof because, I'm sorry, my method is your first week, every other water change on your dirted aquarium. Then the second week, you go every 3rd day. 3rd week, you go every 4th day. And then on that final week, you do a water test and see where you're at. That's what's always worked for me, because you got to remove the ammonia. And if the plants can't compete and don't have established or roots, it'll melt the plants even that much faster, and then they have to regenerate and get back to being normal again.
Right.
And like I said, it just stresses out the plants a lot with that high of ammonia. And I think he said he had clay in your mixture too.
I don't think he uses clay. He has, I don't know what's all in his dirt recipe, but Tommy seems to think that he sent me a bad batch of his dirt that got dried out, and that's why it didn't work.
And that can happen too. The ammonia, once it dries out, it becomes more toxic, and then when you add water back to it, it just explodes like a bacterial bloom.
Yeah, if I remember right, it took like two months or something for that to finally cycle.
And that's another reason why. That's another reason why I do the water change cycle like I do. It helps encourage the cycle to continue, having fresh water dumped in to help get that balanced out.
Well, yeah, and to just speak further on that, I even put an established sponge filter in that aquarium, and I was adding Seachem Stability, and it still took 2 months for that to cycle.
Hey, buddy. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. Damn. So, yeah, I got him posted on Facebook Market today because, like I said, he's not going to go back into population. He's not working out. But, like I said, we're moving him out of the population. Everybody's getting along. I found out I got to an actual breeding pair of Kenyas, the male blue and the yellow female. I got Labcorbians that are breeding, and I can't remember the speckle orange and the blue gill. No, it's not blue gill. Blue regal female peacock is breeding for me.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know what's going. Well, I don't know. You said you're the breeding Mbuna master. I think I'm starting to catch up to you.
Yeah.
Because I got at least 8 frying behind the 3D background. They can get out and come into population, but if they ain't quick enough, they get eat.
I'm gonna come back to that, but Crazy has a question. I'm gonna let you answer this one. I know what I would say, but Crazy says, I have a question. How many fancy goldfish would you keep in a 52-gallon, raising them for profit?
Like, how old do you want them to get up to first? Because the goldfish is all intestines, and you're going to have a real messy aquarium trying to keep up with the water change to keep their water column and their water levels and all that good stuff adequate to keep them healthy. For 50, I would say probably the max to get away with for breeding. I don't know, about 4 to 5, and then like I said, you just have to continue making sure your water's good, because you can overstock an aquarium if you overfiltrate. So if you got to remember that too, if you're willing to have 2 canister filters, say like the new FX4s they just came out with, we get away with one of those instead of having 2 different canisters. But I like
You mean the FX2?
2, yeah. But I like redundancy, so I get 2 307s, or 2 of the 306s or the 406s, however you want to do it, like that.
Yeah.
I think he's done.
I had more. A couple of them have died, but I've got 1, 2, 3, I think 3 fancy goldfish left in a dojo lurching 125.
Wow.
Even I could put more in it. Goldfish is a fish I always like to have around. But honestly, I like the regular goldfish more than I like the fancy goldfish. They have less problems. They seem to be hardier because the fancier goldfish are compact, right? So that's why they're one of the reasons why they're more prone to bloat and things like that. But I one time had a 55-gallon aquarium overstocked with regular goldfish, and goldfish are a different animal, man. If you ever research them, they're amazing.
Oh yeah,
they can. They have adapted over. They can live in low oxygen environments because it's neat. They have adapted over the years to, like, when there's no oxygen or the ammonia's high, they can convert the I think it's the carbohydrates in their body and convert it to alcohol, which is easier to excrete. So that's how they're able to live in low oxygen environments. They're amazing, dude.
It's amazing how they haven't evolved to be able to become like better than surface breathers.
Labyrinth fish.
Yeah, labyrinths. I can't ever remember it. I just call them surface breathers. Come on, get out of the way, duckweed. There we go. Now, being this tank as low as it is, I still have to suck on this one, so.
Yeah. So
a little moisture is left in there.
So for a while now, I've been searching for a different way to. Crazy says not breeding, to just raising young, 1 to 3 centimeters, 8. Well, I don't know what centimeters are. You have to convert that to inches for me, Crazy.
Oh, so you're talking about putting them in there after the breeding fact. Yeah. I say you can probably get away up to about 20 while they're still juveniles, as like I said, as long as you keep up with the water quality. Because again, they are all mostly intestines, and
they have 2 goals.
Like right here on my quarantine tank, you'll notice I'm not trying to stir it up. I ain't trying to do nothing. I'm just replacing the water. I'm not gonna get none of the detritus, the mum, because nobody's in there. So I'm trying to keep the cycle going. But once I get people in there, or fish in there, I'll start shifting the substrate again. Here, I'll show you. It's dirty. That's
goldfish. 2 goals.
The word.
Eat, poop, and eat some more.
I said, hence the word, dirty aquatics.
Dirty aquatics. Yeah, you got that. Is that Carib Sea sand that buffers the pH?
Yes, sir. I've had it for about 2 years now. I don't think it's buffering no more.
Yeah, I got that in my Luna tank, but I also have Texas Holy Rock to help with that in there.
You know, a good point. As if anybody's seen Joey's video yesterday on the Piranha tank, I ain't gonna lie, I shed a tear. He's saying it's starting to become the beginning of the end for that Piranha tank. The aqua soil is depleting after 2 years.
Is that I saw the thumbnail, I didn't watch it, and I was wondering if that's what it was. He's just losing his buffering, or he's losing his
The planted substrate for the crypts and everything. Yeah, he's starting to see hair algae and nutrient deficiencies in the leaves. So yeah, that's what he's talking about doing. He's probably going to rip all the plants out and make it a just simple whatever kind of sand bottom tank again. So I was like, yeah, that makes me sad too, because I know exactly how that feels. That's what happened to my the Star Planet Aquarium on my 55 on my channel for so long. It was doing great. Plants were thriving. I did the dirt, and then all of a sudden the dirt depleted, the substrate depleted, and got BBA horribly. And y'all are crooked. I'm sorry. Whoops. Yeah,
Hey,
I'm still trying to replace my tripod. I broke it during that live stream with Jimbo.
okay. Yeah, okay. I was wondering about that video. 1 inch to 4 inch. He was saying, why doesn't he try to do something like liquid fertilizers or something, or CO2 even to save the plants?
He says he's just lazy and don't want to go back the route of doing CO2 because once it runs out, he forgets all about it, and then he's like, oh, I gotta go find the welding shop to fill this tank up again. Which it is a big hassle. If I was to do that, I'd have to go on to the north side of Knoxville, and I live in south of Knoxville in Maryville City. So you would have to make a special trip just to get all the way over there, and it's about a 20 to 30 minute drive. But traffic, you're probably going to end up being almost 40 to 50 minutes trying to get there, and then getting back home again.
I gotcha. Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta go turn this water off.
And also, chat, these two tanks, I don't fert them. That's that duckweed. No ferts, and the duckweed took off like that. And if y'all stick around, I might show you if I stick around, I'll show you the 5 gallon here in a moment, my strength tank. And as I said, this thing drains so slow. It's about, I don't know, 4 inches up off the ground, 6 inches off the ground. And as the water goes down and raises in this tote, they start to come closer together and it slows way down. So pretty much when the water levels match each other in this siphon, I pretty much know how I know I'm done here. But the good news is I can walk away and it won't overflow my bucket. Because again, the water, the level out. So yes, it's actually a blessing having it like this, but at the same time, it's a pain. But yeah, as Jess was saying, I'm starting with my smaller tanks today. I got the 55 through the door here. I'm going to start siphoning it while I fill these two up, and then I'll have the siphon on standby. So once the 55 is ready, being drained, I can turn around and start filling it up, or I'll go start the 5 gallon here in a moment instead. I'm just not sure yet. Because being my 5 gallons of Planet Aquarium, I try not to do too many water changes in it because the shrimp are real finicky. Which I haven't done a water change since my vacation, which was beginning of this month. So yeah, I think it's about time I do a little water replacement in that Planet Aquarium.
Yeah, have you ever accidentally shucked up shrimp?
No, not yet. I try to swirl it and move it around so they're scared of it and they won't approach. Oh, and thanks for asking that. Has anybody ever had snails come in on dried catappa leaves? I mean, these things been dried since my aquarium box days when they first started. I mean, there's no way, you know what I'm saying? I don't see how a snail egg can survive so damn long, but I guess it did because now I got a bit of a snail invasion in my 5 gallon now.
Uh-oh. I don't mind.
Unless they came in with a duckweed. That could be another possibility. Yeah, pretty much. I know 5 gallons is right here on the lips of my kitty totes. And I love my kitty totes. People throw them away all the time on my garbage route. So, you know, I always have a supply of them around here.
What is it?
The kitty litter totes. Tidy cats.
Oh, yeah,
Purina.
yeah.
I'll show you out in the yard. Y'all see those two of those laying out there? The dogs love playing with them instead of actually leaving them alone for the water bowls. So now I have a farmyard tote out there they can't figure out how to pick up yet. It's tied to the fence, so hopefully they'll leave it alone. Yep, I love my doggos. I love my fur babies.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a true aquarium hobbyist, so I got my personal fish that follow me around all day too. And as I was saying, chat, the water levels are almost matched up to each other. So yes, I can never get to a full 50% water change on this bottom aquarium unless I actually go get one of those what do you call it, the bulb siphon, so I can get that last inch out of there. But yeah, it stopped. As I said, I don't have to worry about this tank overflowing when I'm doing a water change out, but when I go back in, I have to remember to keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, no flows coming out of the end of that hose no more. Or sorry, tubing.
Hey, Whip came in. Good to see you, buddy. So Crazy said, so you can't fertilize the soil from frozen fertilizer cubes or just like root tabs?
That is one thing everybody is saying to Joey. I know what he's talking about. Yes, he could go through there and replenish with root tabs, and it'll give him an additional year. And then, like I said, yes, the aqua soil will start breaking down into a fine dust. That's one reason why I never use aqua soil. I'm much rather you just stay with my substrates because they won't deteriorate and break down.
Yeah. Hey, Whip, that's all right, buddy. I understand. I knew I was overlapping depths this morning. I usually don't do that, but I figured I wanted to throw this live stream in. But it's all good. I appreciate you coming in and saying hello. So.
And that's it. So yeah.
Whip donated me $10 to my PayPal yesterday.
Yeah, since I can't get modernized and all that good stuff, I'm thinking about sharing my PayPal QR code on my page somehow or on my video. See if people want to donate to that for a cause or whatever.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. And actually, I think PayPal takes less of a fee than YouTube does.
Yeah, and as I was saying in your live stream yesterday, they pay me to use their savings account. So.
Yeah. Oh, and you know what? I got a notification from StreamYard yesterday. Somebody used my referral link for StreamYard for the first time. And if you have a referral link and someone uses it and signs up for StreamYard, you can get up to once they spend like $20 or $25 for StreamYard, I'll get a $25 credit.
Hell yeah. Well, it's like what you and Jimbo discussed already. And it's, I came back from after 8 years of not being a hiatus. Yeah, I'm not trying to sound cocky and arrogant, but yeah, I know my stuff. But if nobody's going to tune in and listen, what's the point of me putting in the time and effort? Because like I said, I got a newborn baby right now. I got life after a divorce with 2 children, so I'm still trying to make that work. I got a full-time job, a second full-time hobby.
Yes,
but yeah,
exactly.
I put in so much time and effort on a video recently, and I only got maybe 50 views on it. And then I put up a video where I just, who cares? And it goes up to 900. I was like, what the hell?
Exactly. And there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just like you get kind of like frustrated with it. But after a while, I just realized, it's never going to happen. I didn't do this to become big time. That's not why I'm doing this.
I was doing it to basically be a journalist on my aquariums back then. And then, we was all going big and taking off. And then I just kind of hit a glass ceiling. And then, like I said, life got in the way. And then I was like, I'm not like I said, like Jimbo said, I'm not a Joey or KG or Katie or whoever else. I don't have a sex appeal, I guess, or whatever to help people tune in and stay tuning into whatever they want to see. Like I started watching Cichlid Charmer a lot more lately. I don't know what it is he does. I don't like his attitude and how he talks, but I love what he does with his aquariums, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know what you mean. He's very good at, he even said when he was on Ben Ochart's live stream that time that he is a photographer and he does that. So he makes very good quality videos.
I saw you eat He just ate the duckweed. I told you, if you make them hungry enough, they will eat it. Hold on, I gotta go get the siphon. You're still in my ear. I'll be listening. Oh, and I gotta get some more coffee.
Okay.
Can y'all still hear me? Not y'all.
But for me, I'm at the point that I wanted to be at when I started my channel. I wanted to be able to get monetized and get some sponsors and help offset the cost of the hobby. So I'm happy. In my opinion, it's a success. And if I can maintain that, I'm a happy guy. But it does get frustrating when you put what you feel is a lot of time and effort into a video and it gets crap views.
Mm-hmm. I've been having more fun with the shorts actually lately.
Well, they're easier to do. And here's the thing. People are going to watch a short more than long term anyway. At this day and age, I don't even recommend doing long term content, long form content, unless you're doing like a review on something, because it's not worth it. And if you know what I mean, because if they can't scroll through a short and scroll through in seconds with these short attention spans, they're not going to watch it. So you're best off just doing shorts anymore.
The one thing that was popular on my channel is my honest reviews. That's the one thing I always got views on, is being, honest reviews for a product, because everybody's always looking to see what somebody's opinion is.
Right.
So that's what I was doing yesterday. I was going through my videos on the studio, and I was, just trying to get some idea what to do. And it's like, well, like Jimbo said, yeah, there's 800 other people making that same video probably this month, or somebody else that made that video recently, and I'm gonna get accused of copying or trying to, mimic him or whatever. It's just like, you know what? It's just harder. It's harder nowadays compared to back then when YouTube was still a baby. So yeah, as you said to me earlier, the OG YouTuber, yeah. I'm an OG YouTuber creator, but that's the reason why I kind of gave up the first time around. Just it was taking too much time and effort, and yeah, and as I said on my live stream with Jimbo, yeah, I tip my hat to anybody that took off and was able to be successful with YouTube.
Yep, it's just so much harder now.
Yeah. That's what I've come to realize. That's the reason why y'all kind of saw me fall off of my live streams and my video production. Is it's like, I'll put up the shorts. It's a lot easier. I don't have to explain nothing. Nobody really cares. They don't ever comment anyway. So
exactly. So that's what I was talking about. Just stepping back a little bit and taking it easy. I'm at a point now I'm happy with. If I can maintain 3,000 watch hours in a year's time to keep monetization, keep my sponsors happy, I'm a happy dude. Because unless you have half naked chicks, you're doing something dangerous, controversial. No one wants to watch it.
Yeah, and like I said, I love Katie Sickliff's channel, but if you notice, after she went and hung out with Tamara, more flesh started being exposed on her channel. And I'm sorry, she was a sweet, beautiful girl without having to do that. And people were tuning in and watching her. I guess she just wanted to figure out how to get people to, reel them in for more viewed content.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know. If I was a chick, I'd be doing it too, man. A lot of these women, they make a killing. Mm-hmm. They make a killing. Just they can smile and get 100,000 views. You and I have to work our asses off for a couple of hundred.
Yep. Oh, there's the thermometer. Where'd my thermometer gun go?
Whip says,
oh, yeah.
Yeah, best that's why I don't put effort into videos. Oh, I got one of those too, buddy.
Best thing to have.
Yep. Whip says, yeah, that's why I don't put effort into videos. I do. I'm not charismatic. I'm certainly not an educator. And Crazy
Milwaukee.
says, I don't know about subs. It's just cheap backup for videos. Right. I got the Cobalt one from Lowe's. Hey, I'll be right back.
I got this from an asphalt company. It fell out of their truck and they didn't go back and get it. So finders keepers. And yes, I do use the same Python to fill everything back up, though. I just try not to use the siphon to pull water out of that tank, which there's nothing going on right now, so that's the reason why I'm kind of being careless with it. But yeah, if I had actual new fish going into that tank on quarantine, I would more or less be using a bucket and doing the reverse siphon out of that bucket back into it. Like I said, just that smaller tube. on that non-python siphon. It's easier to manage around in a smaller tank with a smaller tube. But yeah, as he was saying earlier, I would love to have one of those attachments because I have to do that right there, prop this thing up so it don't fall in the water or fall out of the aquarium.
All right, I'm back. I was rinsing off that fake castle. I'm gonna put it in this tank. So, like I was discussing.
Whoops. Yeah, I was just showing everybody I got this big old tube right here. I wish I had your little attachment. I don't know why I have not gotten one. But that's another popular video on my channel, guys. Is I did an honest review on a Python 25 footer, and it lasted up to 8 years. Pieces were starting to break on it because of my negligence, stepping on it or just throwing it around. And now I've had this 50 footer here. Oh, speaking of which, there's the 25 footer still. As you see, I still use it. I've changed the tubing on it. It's one of those flimsy tubes. But yeah, that's usually what I would use to fill back up the 10 gallons because, like I said, it's own siphon. So if I do happen to put it in the QT, I don't expose it to the rest of my tanks. But
Right.
as I said already, there's nothing going on in these aquariums right now. So that's the reason why I'm going straight from the main Python here to fill up everything. Hence why I still have the tiny tote here. I can drop it down in there and go shut off the water. That way I ain't got to worry about overflowing one of these aquariums.
Right.
Because I do have good city water pressure on my pipes. I think I'm close to the treatment center. But yeah, that's what you were saying a couple of weeks ago when we had all that flooding from Helene going all over the state. You could literally open up the faucet and turn on the cold, and it smelled straight like a damn swimming pool in your kitchen for about however long you was trying to do anything with water.
Wow.
And then about 3 days later, then the hot water heater started smelling like straight chlorine. But we relied mostly on our water supplies, all from the TVA runoffs to the dams and everything. That's how we get water around here. I don't know if it runs over towards you or not. Do you have TVA out there in Carolina?
What is it?
The Tennessee Valley Authority, the dams and all that.
I don't even know.
I know it goes Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, out to Memphis, and parts of Georgia, all the way back to Mississippi, Alabama. I know that much because I used to do construction work for TVA for a little while.
Okay.
But I got laid off. Wasn't experienced enough. Don't you hate when somebody tells you that when you're sitting there working at least 2 months and all of a sudden they want to come up like, well, you know what? We got second thoughts about you. We need somebody with a little bit more experience. What? I'm working my ass off. Not saying I was doing anything wrong. They said I was a good worker. Just they can't, keep following up on everybody and babysitting everybody, make sure the jobs are getting done right. They need people that they can rely on better. And yeah, I was a green thumb, and it hurts being told that. But I went back and worked for Lane Corporation about 5 years later, and they said they gave me enough experience so I could get a job at excavating company for 2 years. And then COVID happened in Knoxville, and it was a red zone. So I was like, yeah, I'm getting out of here, and got offered a job doing my garbage route now. Because when I was doing excavating, if it's raining or it's too slick on being too cold, you don't work. And that's the reason why I had to start doing the Uber to make up for my reduced income.
Okay.
So now, like I said, I work in a job now where we work rain or shine, and if it's too dangerous to get our trucks in the snow or ice, we continue trying to push on to the next road we can get down.
Okay.
So yeah, it's been a real good company for me. I've been working for this company I'm at now for 5 years coming up. Hell, through my divorce, my boss man let me live in his extra bedroom for a little while. So yeah, they're good people.
Oh, very cool.
Yep.
Very cool. Luckily, during COVID, I have a pandemic recession-proof job. Like our business never stopped, actually increased.
And
Like,
yeah,
all
and
the
I found out after that, what I was saying after I left the excavating company, they were laying people off left and right after I left because of the money, because it was not
Right.
an essential job during that time. So basically, not knowing what I just did, I went to a garbage company which was essential, and they got a bonus, and I got a raise. So go figure.
Ha.
God, the sulfur. Woo!
What's wrong?
Sulfur smell. You gotta love it.
Oh, come on, damn it.
Yeah, I never took chemistry class in school, and now I'm a chemist with my aquarium. So go figure.
Right. Sorry, I'm just a little distracted here.
Yeah, me too. I'm make sure I remember to do this, because again, I can smell the chlorine.
Yeah, that guy. You see that guy comment in there?
Hold on.
Fart Simpson earlier.
Oh yeah, Bart Simpson in the chat.
Fart, F-A-R-T Simpson.
Oh, Fart Simpson.
Did you see what he said when he came in and said one thing and left? And I explained to him that although that might work for you, that might not work for everybody.
Yep. Yeah, that's one thing. Yeah, that's one thing in my 30 years of being a hobbyist. Yeah, I'll sit here and, as I said, from the baby days of YouTube to now, yeah, there's stuff I see all the time. It's like, damn, I couldn't get that to work. How the hell did you get it to work? So yeah, it's always something like that. What works for me, and what worked for you.
Well, what he was saying is basically,
I
never used the chlorinators. Don't buy into the marketing schemes. Like, well, I hear you, and we all understand that, but the problem is your water might not be the same as my water.
I'll be back. As I said, I gotta run and turn the water off.
Okay, now I can finish filling this up, I think. That was a pain in the ass getting those in. So 1, 2, where's that other one?
But yeah, that's one thing I don't think you should skimp on, like chasing pH or not always constantly doing water testing and stuff of that nature. But I do still think anybody and everybody should at least treat your water, because there's even there's even stuff in your well water from runoffs and stuff that you get up and end up in your aquariums. Because I had a well water with my ex-wife for about during my hiatus off of YouTube, and I had high calcium phosphate and sodium phosphate coming up from the filtration of the ground and all that crap, which ultimately led to hard water stains on every aquarium, and that's why I ended up getting into Bambunas, because like, hey, I got hard water, why not? Because all my plants died.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
And he's gonna soak on me for a little while. Yeah, you're not such a BA, are you? I come in here and mess up your aquarium, you go soaking on me.
Dude, I put those little castles in this convict tank, and the little ones instantly already went inside of it.
Yeah, he don't like me looking at him. That's why he's taking off and hiding again. All right, well, we're gonna move on to the next nano tank.
So got one there. I'll have to go get my little. There's one there, and a big one there. Cool. Did you hear what I said? I was gonna put my fake castles in this aquarium so the little convicts had a place to hide so they can get some refuge.
Hmm.
Put them in there, and they're already inside of it exploring. The two little ones, which is
Yeah,
great. I'm
I think you
hoping it'll
done.
reduce stress for them.
I think you done addressed it earlier, saying convicts and everything. I just every time I've had convicts, they're complete a-holes.
They're what?
A-holes. They're always,
Yeah.
they terrorize and kill everybody else in the aquarium, and then they end up in a 10-gallon by themselves, and I'm just ready to get rid of them.
This is my first convicts I ever owned. I wanted some different fish. I wanted to see how I could do with them. I'm just hoping one of them isn't a female, because I hear they
Close-ups.
breed like crazy.
But yeah, I might. Ooh, I might. I do need to fertilize this tank again. It's starting to look a little depleted. Oh yeah, anybody got tips on how to get the suction cups to stop letting go?
Yes, sir. I did a video on that. So are you talking about for your thermometer?
No, that my damn sponge filter back there. I clean it and it keeps getting that weird gunk all over, and then it detaches every time. See all that weird white gunk all over the suction cups?
Yes.
And that's this one's never been exposed to the hard water, so that's why I don't understand where's all that gunk coming from.
So there's no really way to keep them from letting go. The only thing you can do is put like a food grade grease on them to keep them staying supple, so they don't get like hard over time. But what I do is Fluval actually makes a really good suction cup. If I can, I replace them with Fluval suction cups, and they last on the glass longer than any other ones.
Okay.
A lot of times they have those little slots you can push them in and out with, the suction cups. If you can replace them with a Fluval, I think you'll have better luck. And then hit them with some food grade grease. The same thing you do your O-rings on your canister filter,
Yeah.
and it
Yeah.
keeps them supple.
I ain't done that in a while. I'm guilty. I haven't done. I need to do that again.
This stupid fucking canister filter isn't working. Or this
Oopsie. F-bomb.
internal power filter.
The hell you been what live for about 3 hours now?
Is that what it is? I haven't even been looking. You know, when you're doing this, you don't pay attention.
Nope.
You get caught up on chat a little bit. See if we have any chat. Crazy said, I don't know about subs. Okay, nope. Nope, no more chats.
Yeah, if it gets noisy, I'm out here in the living room with my girls.
That's all right.
My youngest now is being really vocal. If she's not happy, she's gonna let you know. If she is happy, she's gonna let you know.
Yeah.
Like, which one is it? I don't know. It sounds the same. Whoops. Yeah, once again, you see the duckweed in this aquarium. I gotta sit there and thin it out again because it's starting to, start my plants of light. Is that light bothering y'all? I can block it off now. Usually it has a bad glare on the lens, but I guess I blocked it off. Yeah, I ain't catching on the camera. That's good.
Now, another thing that sucks about duckweed is when you got to prime a hang on the back filter, the water always, the duckweed goes into the cup.
Mm-hmm. And yes, y'all can't see that, can you? Yep. See? You were discussing it earlier. Yes, I use glass lids and I use those poly greenhouse for custom lids as well. The one thing I like about these is that moisture gets trapped in between the grooves here, and
Does it?
you take a chance of growing algae in there.
Right. Well, that happens underneath the hinges of glass tops too.
Yeah, that's why I made the comment earlier. My LFS sells those hinges, and I gotta get a new one for my 55. From I don't know, it don't seem like I've used it and moved it around enough for it to fall apart like that. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I got it from Aquarium Glass. No, it's not an Aqueon. Who is that? Yeah, Aquarium Glass. Oh yeah, all Aquarium Glass lids from All Aquarium Glass aquariums.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Hey, my Salvini's finally starting to get bred. Another reason I got to clear out the duckweed in this tank. I got Salvini in here, and it's getting blocked off.
Okay. Jim is supposed to send me, once they get older, a bunch of his Salvinis, but I said that we've got time because those fish can get as big as about an Oscar.
Oh, I have one. Yeah, I have a Salvini fish. I'm saying my plant here, my red root floater. It's called a Salvini something. I can't remember the full name. Can y'all see me in the aquarium? That right there. That's the
Okay.
Salvini. Salvini. I can't remember the end of it. It was on. Oh crap! Whose video is that? They just tore down their outside pond because of weather. I can't remember who it was. It was their toad.
Patty's Aquatics.
Patty. Yeah, that's who it was. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for Jimbo's one-on-ones. I like watching his channel too now. He's got
Oh yeah,
awesome
I like Patty's a good dude. I have his number. We text back and forth. He's a big naturalist. I don't know what I was thinking. What's that? What's that fish Jim has? He's grown out. They get bigger. I always forget the name of them. They're a cichlid.
What
And he's
fish?
going to send me some. They get about the size of an Oscar.
Sebs? Severums?
Sevrum. I can't remember the
Yeah.
name of them.
Yeah, he sent me that video too yesterday of his Sevrum Ferrari. I was like, ooh, if I had another big tank, I'd help you out with that.
Yep. That's another reason why I want to get this 300 fixed, because I want to put some Severums in here too from him.
Yeah, y'all see my method of removing duckweed?
I use the Magic Red Spoon. What are you doing? Soaking them up?
Yeah, I just take this mini little blue cup and I go skim the surface, let it fall in there, and then dump the water out and just keep doing it.
Hey, Robert. Good morning. Good to see you, buddy.
Morning to everybody in the chat that's came on and I haven't said nothing to since I've joined the live stream. Good morning to everybody.
Robert Steiger is another channel member.
Remember that like button and subscribe if you haven't already with that bell turned on.
With that bell turned on. These castles actually look pretty good in this tank.
Yeah, see, I know the terminology. I know what to say for YouTube videos, just nobody tunes in. So,
Yeah.
but like I said, it's not like I said, I'm not one to get big either. I was just whoever tunes into my videos and learns something. That's all I was actually the end goal for me.
Well, that and friends, man. That's the one thing I think that people get too enthralled with when they start this, because their goal is to make money, and that was my goal. But you also make friends and you learn and you network. I've learned so much more. I've become a better fish keeper because of this and meeting people.
Mm-hmm. Get out of the way, Sal. Yeah, me and Jay Wilson, we still talk to this day since we met back when, baby YouTube, as I call it. We don't talk as much as we used to. He's gotten really busy with Seachay, which I don't blame him. It's just, I know all the glory.
What's he do now with Seachay? Is he just a sales rep for them or what?
He's the American spokesman now, I believe.
Okay, that's what he was doing for Northfin. I learned about him talking with Darius, because Darius is the owner.
Mm-hmm.
But he gave Jay permission to start a Northfin USA, and he was over that. Well, then when he decided to leave, he transferred ownership to Flip Aquatics, and then he left to go to Seachay.
Yeah, I know the story why he had to relinquish. It was, I don't know if he wants me to give all the glory details. It was the dispute with the divorce that he just went through. So yeah, that's why he had to withdraw out of Northfin. He didn't want the company getting destroyed, so he left. And that was a good move. And like I said, that's all I'm going to say about that. That's the reason why he withdrew. He didn't want us people that got used to seeing a certain company getting destroyed.
Right.
And as I said, that's as far as I'm going to talk about it.
I don't know how well Flip does it. I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of Flip.
Yeah, like I said, back in the day, he gave out some good shrimp info, and just as of late, it's like Caveman Aquatics, the same thing. I just don't like salesman pitches. Like, you have to do it this way. No, you don't.
Yeah, well,
like I said, Mass Aquariums, he had a saltwater tank without roadies and protein skimmers, and it worked just fine for him.
Yeah, he actually, Mass Aquariums, Mike, I think his name was Mike.
Oh shit, there's still water in there.
He was the first YouTuber I started watching back in 2016. And,
Mike from Mass?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's an awesome dude.
But Flip over there, man, he just yeah. Caveman, you could actually watch if you watch Caveman's videos now, all about the product. If you watch him now, he started turning when he started doing a what you call it, refugium. He threw some water sprite in his refugium, and now he's getting into all these different things. Uh, yeah, he's a big salesman pushing product hard.
Yeah, there you go. Can y'all see that? Look how red that is under there. Yeah, that's what it's a Salvini. I can't remember the second word, but like I said, it's on Platy's Aquatics channel. He on his recent upload, I think, or maybe as a upload before last now. But that's what I've been trying to do is get some red floaters going. So now that they're showing me that they're no longer melting, I'll start adding iron again. Because as I said, you can tell my plant's got small growth on the leaves there. That's an indication that it does not get enough nutrients. So that's probably telling me as well my root tabs are depleted in there. Because that substrate, I don't know if y'all can see it, is that red fluorite from Seachem, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what that is, and it depleted on me maybe a year ago, but I'm still using it.
Okay.
But it's not aqua soil, so I can still continue using root tabs to keep it going. I'm trying to get these dang Salvinis to get out of the way. I don't want to collect them. I want to get the duckweed out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing too. I just got through getting my fountain outside going really good. Now I got to shut it down because it's getting too cold for the pump to operate.
Yeah. What's the weather like there?
We are flirting with 50s overnights, and we're barely getting into the upper 70s as of late. So my the water pump fountain out there says it can only operate with temperatures in the above 48 or 50 degrees overnight. So I got a heater out there and everything, but I don't know. That heater just stays on constantly now. It's like that's just something I don't want to get into, running up an electric bill for a heater to constantly run.
Well, exactly, man. I hate heaters, and now that I got out here and got a split unit, I just let the AC and the heat keep them regulated. I have no heaters. The only tank I have a heater in is this grow out for the angels and one beta tank.
Mm.
But I want to get rid of them too.
Yeah, like I was mentioning yesterday, and whenever I get ready to start building my fish room, that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. Like Joey did, get me a air exchanger, and keep the building a certain temperature, so I don't have to worry about heaters.
Yes, sir. Heat the room, not the tanks.
But come wintertime around, here in East Tennessee, it gets pretty cold. So the money I save not having individual heaters running all the time, I'll be able to pay back in the wintertime with the heat exchanger.
Yeah. Well, this will be my first time firing this new Mr. Cool unit up. We'll soon see how it heats the space in here. It cooled it really good.
There we go. Get off me. Yeah, as I said, this is 1 month of duckweed. It took off crazy for me. It always does. I don't know why. This is like my third time having duckweed.
Duckweed and water sprite for me, the two plants that I.
And yes, that's another popular video on my channel. I'm sure a lot of people's probably watched it and didn't realize that was my video, the water wisteria video. Back in the day, that's what I did. I put up a two-part video on talking about the good benefits of working out, because it is a very beginner-friendly stem plant. I will admit that. You can put it through all kinds of stuff, and it'll still keep going for you.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can move it to tanks. It's a fast-growing plant. It's great for refugiums and a lot of stuff.
Yep, there we go. Now the plants can have some. I don't know if y'all can see down in there. Can you?
Stupid AC.
Can you see in there, Jess, or are you busy still? Oh, well, there we go. I gotta turn the cup towards the light. And I'm gonna spill the water again. Anyway, you see how much I got in there. A lot.
Oh, yeah.
Like I said, it all started right here. 5 gallon a month ago, and now it's in 2 10 gallons and a 55. No,
Looks good.
that's gonna be another thing I'm gonna be doing probably soon. Putting up a post on Marketplace saying, "Hey, come get this duckweed."
Yeah. Crazy says they killed more fish with a heater than without, and you could use a shop vac for removing duckweed.
Yes, or just your arm.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if you got arm hair like me.
But yeah, all that duckweed I just pulled right here is going to go into somebody's tank today, either for food or for decoration, however it wants to go. And then that's the next thing I do. Like I said, it's the same python, I hate to admit. I need to get another python for this small tank or just a tube. But yeah, what you was asking earlier, this is how I do the shrimp tank. Take off the siphon tube, just put the tubing in, and suck the opposite end.
Deps sent me, he has a laser printer, and he made these, I call them condoms. There's these different sized holes you can put on the end of a python tube.
Mm-hmm.
I got 3 different ones, and he just caps it over top. They'd be perfect. I still don't think they're small enough for a shrimp, but they're nice to put on there if you're using it to suck them out. It fits right over your tube there that you got in that aquarium right now.
Mm-hmm.
He 3D printed them out.
Well, like you see, I constantly just do that right there, just wiggle it, and the shrimp just looks at me like, "Oh, okay, well, we're staying away from you for a second." And I did have some shrimplets in here. I don't know where they got off to. I think they're in back down the substrate. I don't know. And no, I don't do nothing to the substrate with a Planet Aquarium.
No, just leave it be. Let them all break down and become part of it.
Well, like right here, when I got back from vacation, the guy I had watching my aquariums and make sure they were getting fed, the food was accumulating right here because I told him how to do it, but he didn't listen to a certain part, and I just left it alone. I didn't bother getting a turkey baster after it. Within a week, everything was cleaned up like this. So again, I do not do nothing but just siphon the water out of here, maybe do some ferts every once in a while, which I need to get back on doing a regular basis with that. So get out of here, duckweed. Hey, nope. And that's another thing. If you have duckweed, don't go pouring it into your local waterways.
Yeah.
Dry it out and put it in a Ziploc baggie or something of that nature, and then dispose of it in your trash. Because it will deplete and destroy a dry creek bed, a lake, whatever. It will destroy it.
Take over everything.
That's why it's so so fluent in Louisiana swamps and stuff like that. Once it gets into a place where there's high in nutrients and organic breakdowns and stuff rotting, it'll take over that area and just completely kill it.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
And then this is how I'd like to do my ferts. When I'm 50% water, I kind of go ahead and still do the 10-gallon dosing, 5-gallon dosing at a 2.5-gallon rate. So being the liquid ferts are absorbed through the plants and not through the roots, hence why we need root tabs. But yeah, that's one thing I like trying to do is whenever I'm in the midst of my water change, I do the ferts then. Oh shit, I forgot to turn the heater off. Just kill my shrimp with an exploding heater on the live stream. And yes, knock on wood, I have never had an actual heater failure. Where's the wood? There's the wood.
I've had a heater fail, but luckily it failed where it wouldn't turn on. It was
okay. Let me reiterate. I'm sorry. I have never had a failure where it got stuck in the on position and cooked my fish. Mine are always cut. Somehow or another they'll cut themselves off and not work at all ever again. So I've been fortunate on that aspect.
Right.
I forgot there's many different ways of saying how to skin a cat nowadays.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah, y'all see that? I got a mystery plant growing in here too. I don't know what that is. It came in with the duckweed, right there. It looks like Chaeto. It looks like Chaeto. If it is Chaeto, then it's surviving in fresh water, and that's pretty amazing.
Give me a second.
Because like that's what
Where?
LFS. That's what my LFS is. Oh, you're back.
Yeah.
That. I don't know if it's Chaeto. I don't know what it is, but it's a mystery plant. I have no idea what it is. Because I was wondering if it was Chaeto algae they sell it there at my LFS in Knoxville, which is I know I still say LFS, but it's still not as local. But they specialize in salt water, so I'm wondering if some Chaeto got in one of their planted aquariums, or they were experimenting and forgot to take it back out. Like, oops,
Right.
whatever it is, it's taking off.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like it or not, but I guess we'll have to see.
Excuse me.
Oh, I got some moss growing in there too now.
Crazy was saying, I think he was referring to the shop vac thing. He said you put it in the tank just back really close to the surface.
Oh yeah. I got you. I got a shop vac, but I only do shop vac on my sump aquarium.
The only time I use a shop vac is if I'm shutting the tank down and I just suck all the sand out. It's so much easier.
Yes, I've done that before too.
That's what I had to do with this 300 when I found the leak. I had all that sand in there. I'm like, screw this noise. Ain't no way I'm scooping all this out. I just sucked it all out.
Yes, I use the Flourish line from Seachem. If anybody's wondering what these bottles I'm grabbing.
I used those. I had every one of their the Flourish lines. I had them all, and then I tried Easy Green, and it worked just as well without having to juggle so many bottles. And then I discovered Thrive, which is basically Easy Green but a little bit stronger. So now I just dose Thrive every once in a while. I don't even do it once a week. I just do it whenever I feel like it.
Ain't that Easy Green Co-op?
Yeah, I tried Aquarium Co-op's Easy Green, but then I was talking to Keith at KJE Aquatics, and he told me, well, all Easy Green is Thrive. Thrive's the original maker of this formula. Corey just changed the recipe a little bit and slapped his label on it, where the actual Thrive original maker of it is a little bit more concentrated, has a little bit more strength, and I can't tell you it does a lot better than the Easy Green does. So I just get Thrive off Amazon. Same thing, comes in a pump bottle, 1 pump per 10 gallons.
Yeah, I used to use API's whatever it's called.
Leaf Zone.
Green Leaf Zone or Green Leaf, something like that.
Yeah, Leaf Zone.
And then I got then I started winning contests from who was it? Jay Wilson was one I won a contest with, and somebody else, and that's what it was in the winnings was the Seachem Flourish line, and that's the only two I can say I've ever tried because I'm just not I can't sit here and dish another brand or nothing. It's just what it works for me. I just keep on using. I don't go experimenting around because what works in a budget wise too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's the thing with the Thrive and the Easy Green, you're going to be better off because you have to have all those different bottles. So the Flourish line is awesome. It can be a lot more customizable to your needs, but you have to buy all the different bottles to get everything you need, and it's real watered down. Like it's not very strong. With Easy Green and Thrive, you get the max amount of micros you get in 1 pump per 10 gallons. You get the 500 milliliter bottle, dude. And unless you're squirting every one of your tanks, it'll last you a while. Crazy said I had heaters get broken by fish cables getting chewed up. I got stuck on melted external filter heater. I don't run them anymore. Heaters are me either. Mike Oscars was literally using them as a toy, and these are those Fluval heaters. I was like, oh my god, he's gonna break them. Try the Thrive out, man. I think you'll be impressed with it.
I might, because like I said, these bottles are starting to get low, and yeah, I only got whatever. I only got what I needed. I didn't get the whole Flourish line, like all the trays and everything. I just got what I read that was needed. Like I said, the XL, the iron, the potassium, and the Flourish, which I didn't do the Flourish yet. I need to make sure I squirt that in there.
I still got some of that in my fridge because I think after like so many months or something, you're supposed to put it in your fridge.
Yeah, I never did. I'm not saying I didn't. Not saying I didn't try, but I just, I don't like. At the time, I was one of those people like, whatever's for my aquarium, I like it to be readily available next to that aquarium. I don't have to go searching for it. But
Right.
now that I have multiple tanks and that all require different stuff, it's like, yeah, now I need to have it all in one location so it's not taking up area everywhere else.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, you're gonna love it. And one bottle, everything you need, one pump for 10 gallons of water, and a pump bottle. You're done.
Speaking of which, I gotta mute myself. Uh-oh. Hold up.
Good to see you, pal. You still there? I'm gonna have to change the pre-filter on this one FX6. Still cloudy. I don't know what's going on with that. I might have to clean that FX6. Let me go see when I clean this thing last.
Yeah, that coffee caught up to me. I had to go pee.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's why I said I
Actually,
had to mute myself. I didn't want y'all listening to that.
oh wow, dude. It's actually so.
Damn, it's
I
11
was
o'clock.
discussing earlier in the stream when PTAG asked me how often I clean my filters, and I said I usually go about 7 months, but I want to try a year. On November 10th will be exactly a year since I've cleaned this FX6 on this Oscar tank. That's probably
Wow.
why it's cloudy too.
Yeah, nothing against anybody that does that. After what I see accumulates after 6 months in my canisters, is just like I'd try to clean mine every 2 months. Try to,
Yeah.
because I don't like opening it up after 6 months. You're like, oh my god.
Packed full. I just wanted to do at least one of them to see how far it could actually go. And I've seen about people going 2 years. Well, I can see now it's been just shy of a year and it's struggling. So I'll have to tear that apart maybe next weekend or something and clean it.
Just like that, it's over. Alrighty, now the fun part: get all the duckweed let go of everything, and hopefully not overflow the aquarium at the same time.
Uh-oh. Don't do it. Don't overflow.
I think I still got a little left in that Catappa leaf.
Catappa.
Yeah, we'll
What's
just
your
take it.
favorite baby fish? Tim, what do you think's the cutest baby fish?
Cutest baby fish, owned or watched?
Owned. Like that you have owned.
I have to say the cutest I've seen was how I found dinios in my canister filter.
That
That was the cutest. Because I had the Arena XP canister filters from back in the day. If anybody remembers those, how the clips were the worst part of the whole damn filter.
Not me. You're old, bro.
Yeah. Well, like I said, 30 years. I've seen some things. Well, who says that?
You've been keeping fish longer than me. I've got about 10 years in it.
Who is that? What insurance company is that? We seen a thing. Yeah, we know a thing or two because we seen a thing or two.
Oh yeah. State Farm.
Yeah, State Farm. So yeah. But anyhow, I was doing a water changing my filter, and I took all the media out, and I was sitting in front of the kitchen window on the kitchen sink, and my daughter walked up to me, and she said, "Dad, there's something moving around inside your canister filter." I said, "No." Sure enough, I looked down in there. Hey, look at there, we got false pearling. And sure enough, I looked in there, and you could see little Dinio fries darting all over the place. I was like, "Oh my god!" And that was the first time I ever had a fish bred for me, so that's why I have to say that was the cutest.
Cool.
And I think what you was wanting to talk to me about earlier. Now I have a Mabuna or Kenai fry, whoever fry, African cichlid fry stuck behind my 3D background. So I think that's kind of cute, but at the same time, it's like I can't get them out.
Yeah, I watched that video. You were some 3D background issues.
Oh, I've tried a turkey baster. I tried the siphon you just saw. I tried everything to get those things to come out. I even tried a shrimp trap where you put food in a 20-ounce bottle with the inverted neck. Yeah, with an inverted neck in it. They're not. They're so smart. They know to stay away from something that's trying to rescue them. Like, what the heck? Like, I'm just trying to get you into a bigger aquarium or in another aquarium so you can grow big.
Yeah. I'm trying to help you, you bastard. Get in there.
But I said that's where I'm at on that 90 gallon right now. If they want to keep on breeding and they get out that little gap and get eaten by population, there's really nothing I can do about that. Because I am putting the effort in trying to catch them, but you know, as I said, I'm not. It's not the only thing I do every day.
Right. Yeah, like a while back, I was getting way too many Mbunas, way too many. So I pulled 14 of them out, took them to the local fish store to get some credit. I'll never do that again. It was bullshit. I got like 14, what was it? $7.50 for 14 Mbunas.
Damn.
Never do that again because of the work involved. Like you have to take every bit of the rocks out and the holy rock, or you'll never get them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're disturbing them and stressing them out, all for $7.50 plus driving them. Nah.
Yeah, my LFS up there in Knoxville. I know there's just the mom and pop store. I think it was what we need to start calling them because some of them are not so local. But anywho, yeah, I took a batch of shrimp when I first got them back a couple of years ago when I moved up here because I saw they didn't have none in stock. And I was like, oh, I got some shrimp. I'll take them up there to them, let them see them. That way, instead of just asking them, and like, no. Well, let me show you what I got, and maybe you will. Yeah, they said, well, for 50 shrimp I had, and these are red cherry shrimp, not the high grades or not, but they're still worth something, like $2 a piece. They want to turn around and only give me the value of half of what I brought them.
Right.
I was like, no, that's not fair to me at all. You couldn't give me some, credit or free fish food, something of that nature, some fish food that you ain't moving off the shelves around here.
Right.
Barter with me.
Something. This is interesting. Crazy said, maybe you've heard of this. I haven't. He goes, you use the 3D background in the tank. I got mine behind the tank to simulate more depth.
What, you got the slim backgrounds you can do that with?
I'm assuming somehow he sits it behind on the glass on the outside and makes it look like the tank's deeper than it is. And plus, you're not using up real estate that way, too. We're getting fish stuck behind it.
Well, everybody, when they first came out, everybody was so hyped up and talking about them all the time. And then, like I said, I got my first background for my 90 gallon just because, I gave into the hype. Yeah, it was expensive. Holy hell.
They are expensive.
But
and they look beautiful.
Yeah, it's well worth it. I love it. It gives, like I said, my tank something different compared to my black background or no background tanks.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to have one, man, but they're so expensive. I even tried contacting some of these makers. Was it Universal Rocks, and what's the other one?
Aqua Decor.
Yeah, I contacted them to see if I could even do a review to get a free one, and they weren't having it.
No,
I ain't big enough.
No, that's kind of that time's came and gone. Hey, look who's running by the camera right quick. Can y'all see him? Oh, yeah, pointed at me, took off. That's my favorite one. He's my sole survivor. Spot, as you can see, he has a spot right there on his tail.
Mr. Spot.
And then, here comes one. Hey, what'd you do in our aquarium? We gotta figure it out now. We gotta go scouring around. See, all over everything immediately. This is why I love keeping shrimp. They always investigate in their area.
Yeah. My favorite thing to do is I got a bunch of them, cherry shrimp in my Bayless tank there, tons of them, and I like to throw in algae wafers and carnivore wafers, and they just hoard them, like if you take your foot and disturb an anthill.
Yeah. Yeah. Look right there. Stupid snails hanging out on the damn duckweed. How the heck is he doing that?
Oh, and he's pooping.
He's got poop in it, Dad. I got to poop in it.
But yeah, he is literally going from duckweed to duckweed up there. A minute ago, he's on the damn leaf. I guess he had an air bubble. I guess he had an air bubble stuck in him, and I was messing with that leaf, and he floated up to the surface. Now he's trying to figure out how to get back down.
Shrimp are cool. Something else. Another thing I want to get is I've been wanting to get a crayfish.
Koi. Oh yeah, I had a koi in my aquaponics system for a while, but I think somebody came by and stole them.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's
Yes.
that Mbuna. If you can see the one that was bullied, I was talking to you about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
He's behind that. Here he comes. Come on.
Yeah, I'm right here.
You see him there? He's right there.
Yep.
If he turns sideways in the light, he's got some really pretty colors.
You
And he
moved him
grew up
in.
big.
You moved him in with some semi-aggressive for a while.
There you go.
Yeah. So you moved him in with some semi-aggressives for a while.
I just put him in this 125 community tank, and he gets along with everybody. He don't bother nobody. He's happy, so I figured, you know what? We'll just leave him in there.
Yeah,
I got enough.
Back in the day when I had all semi-aggressive angel, gouramis, and a school of rummy noses, or sometimes black neons. Hey guys, y'all looking for food now? But I ended up babysitting him. I can't remember what Mbuna it was, but he was a big old guy. It wasn't a bumblebee, but he had looked like a Kenya, if I had to remember now. But anywho, I put him in my aquarium. I was like, yeah, I'll babysit him. And if he starts harassing anything, I'm gonna have to put him in a 10-gallon. He said, that's fine. I'll be back for him. Well, sure enough, he ended up going in my 55. He was getting along. There was a the old hollow out log I had in there. He would dig it out and make himself a territory at home. I kept calling dude, kept calling him, and he never would answer my phone call ever again. So I ended up inheriting a Mbuna instead. So, but yeah, he got along with everybody. He never harassed the angels or the gouramis, and the gouramis and angels left him alone. So it worked out, thankfully.
Hey, very cool. Can you see the chat, Tim?
Yeah, I'll swing back around.
Crazy was talking about his 3D background setup again. I have to go turn my water off.
Let's see. What time is it? 11:23. So we'll go back up to 11. Okay, there we go. Shot back for duckweed. I'm gonna have to look you up, Crazy. I'm gonna have to check out your background, see how that's set up. I might end up doing it. Yeah, as I was saying, I've always had heaters fail where they just turn off and not turn back on, thankfully.
Yeah. Well, the internal switches are always turning. That's what fails in a heater because they're always on, off all the time. They wear out. Hi, baby.
The best thing is when you get it outside the tank, you can't grow algae on it. Yeah, that is the one thing I'm having here. I'll show y'all right quick. Alexa, turn on African aquarium. Well, sorry guys, started them. But yeah, that's what I'm now. This is not my doing. This used to be a reef tank. It had coral algae all over, and dude didn't know what he was doing to scrape it off to sell it. So I didn't do all that. Secondhand aquarium, as you can see right here, this perfect circle. But yeah, that's the one thing I do actually enjoy with the 3D background is how it does grow the algae on it, and it gives it that more depth. And then, like I said, I do kind of let the algae grow in my Mbuna aquarium because they are, veggie eaters. And that's what's going on. I've been kind of semi-starving them, and they've been pecking and cleaning my rock works for me really good. They can just work on that one. That's another that came from my aquarium box. Universal Rock, of course. They have an actual rock in there to help weigh it down. But yeah, we were saying for the real estate, yeah, it does take up a good little portion, as you saw right there behind the filter tube. Well, there. Yeah, I love that little cliff, and then I have another little tiny cliff outsert right there behind that rock. And then yeah, there's the problem. Hey, little buddy. Light picking them up. Yeah, see, that's the issue. They have their fry, they go back there, and then I can't get them back out.
Right.
I think that's a Labcorbian. There's a Kenya fry running around back there somewhere. He usually comes over and greets me. But yeah, that's one thing I do actually enjoy about these backgrounds. When it does grow the algae, it gives it that. Hey, Bluey.
Yeah, that's why I like the idea of a 3D background, at least to have one in one tank just for something different. But I don't want to pay the price, and I just find because I never clean my back glass. I let the algae, brown algae, blackbeard, whatever wants to grow on it, I let it be. It's good for the aquarium, but it makes it natural looking back there.
Right. Alexa, turn off African. Alexa, turn off African aquarium. Yeah, now that I just did my water change on my shrimp tank and added the ferts, I'm gonna go ahead and leave the lights on it. And it's my day off, so I might as well just enjoy it. But yeah, let's go back around here. That's why I was sharing the shrimp tank, because this is one thing I love that happens. Ah, whoops, wrong way. There you go. I love the false purling. If I can get my camera to work with me.
Little nano bubbles rising up.
And like I said, yeah, if they're hungry, hey, there's a new guy.
Uh-oh.
So they are starting to grow up. Yep. Yeah, they're foraging. Let me get some cichlid pellets. They love the cichlid pellets. Especially that North Bend pellet. Let's do that one. Yeah, Jess. I still got that bag of cichlid food. I only got about that much left in it. Where's my hand? Yeah. I got that much left in the bottom of the bag.
Yeah, you got tons. I got a 2.5 gallon bucket full of a mix of Extreme North Bend and NLS, and I'll never use it all. I was telling Jim and Garcia I had to bag some up and send them some.
Well, it's like I was telling you, is I ended up with the little tiny pellets. And my big guys, they were having a hard time actually, eating them and spitting them out their side gills. So yeah, I still fed it to the big fellas in the 90 gallon, but just it didn't work out. But they still enjoy it. I started using it as a treat.
Okay.
And then for my shrimps here, I feed them every third day because I still want them to be in the aquarium actually eating stuff.
Right.
By the way, duckweed.
Hey, 240, thanks for coming in. Hey, Shirley, good to see you. Morning to you. Crazy says for a cheap 3D looking background, you can use PVC wall sheets on my 130 gallon. It looks like a stone wall.
There you go.
I tried doing that one that Tazawa Tanks did with a couple other people, where you get the hydraulic cement and foam and you do it. It did not work out for me.
Did you see that?
Flaking apart.
As soon as it hits the look, they're running right over here already.
I see him going there.
Hold on, you're gonna see this. Hold on. Where are you, Spot? Spot loves it. You'll see him literally nosedive right straight to the spot here in a second. Like, oh, there's food. Yep, here he comes. No, that's not Spot, but he's they're starting to get in the column. Everybody smells it. They're like, ooh, where is that? Where is it? I gotta find it. Yeah, that's in the works. I'm gonna upgrade to a 10 gallon dirted aquarium again and move my shrimp into it because I really do miss having dirt. Because I have more results with dirted aquarium than just plain Jane substrate.
Oh yeah, that's out of my live stream yesterday. I was talking to a guy asking about root tabs, and I said, man, you just can't beat a dirted tank. The plants grow beautiful and lush, and it let them malm and collect and break down and add more nutrients to it with your sand cap, and the plants just literally bust out of the tank. They're green and lush, and I never have algae because the plants are taking all the nutrients and algae can't grow.
Mm-hmm.
So if I can, obviously you can't do it with a tank that you have sand sifters in like Oscars and cichlids and Lunas. It just won't work out. But anything else, like, you're better off just doing a dirty tank setup.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to buy crap. Just couple big bags of organic dirt. You're done.
This way, dude. Back over here. You went the wrong direction. Right here. Right here. Yep.
All right, now we're draining the 55-gallon Oscar grow out tank.
Yeah, I've stopped a little for a second. I'm just trying to, admire an aquarium for a second after you do all the hard work to it.
Yeah,
And yeah, I do take my time doing my water change. I don't get in no big hurry. I enjoy it. So
yeah, and that's important. You got to enjoy it. Today I'm a little bit rushed because I have to be done because we're going to be going to the botanical gardens later for Halloween, and so I got to get them all done here. For my cichlid tank, my 75-gallon Luna tank, I do use the cichlid lake salt, so I get a cup of the water and I dissolve the cichlid lake salt in it before I add it. Oh, I like adding that for them, and I don't have any problems with Lambunas, man. They're healthy, they're happy, never have disease or problems with them, and so I like to add the cichlid lake salt in there.
And then, yeah, you mentioned this earlier about Mabonas and stuff, chasing the pH. And that's what a lot of people do comment and ask me all the time how my Africans are so vibrant. And yes, that is what I do. Is I use the Malawi buffer, the Malawi buffer, the Malawi Tanganyika buffer, and the African cichlid salt. No, I do not chase. I don't taste my water though. I just I do the minimal, which was the 1 teaspoon per 10 or 20 gallon. I do it for the 20. So
Yeah,
I just do it after a water change. That's what I do. Is I just throw that in, and that's what happens.
yeah, that's
Because
what I do.
my pH is a little soft, and my water is a little soft too coming out of the tap now. So I do try to mimic as close as I can, but I'm not trying to chase the pH. But once you actually stay on a regular schedule of doing it, you don't have to test it. And I'm not, like I said, I know it's what people call it, chasing the pH. I know, but me myself and personally, I don't think I am. I'm just adding what the fish needs because I do know what my tap comes out as, which I think I
Yeah,
measured it. I think it's like 7.4. 7.4 is what my tap comes out as, and I noticed, I went a month not using the buffer, and my cichlids started suffering a little bit. They just looked kind of dull and not as energetic.
yep. Yeah, 3/4 of a teaspoon. I dose for about a little, maybe 45, 50 gallons. I do that every water change. I do have the buffer here. I just don't use it. But I do test my tanks like you. I monitor it, make sure it's in, mine's around 7, 8. And I just never have problems. Plus, they also get Vitachem. I do that too. And they're so colorful and energetic and constantly pounding out babies.
I do not know where it's at this time. I have one of those pH digital drop-in things you can do, and it reads it off for you.
You're talking about TDS meter.
No, it's an actual pH measure. It's got a photo
Okay.
eye. It's got a photo eye, and it can measure it. I know it's not 100% accurate, but it's close. If I just want to have a rough idea, it's like stick it in. It says 8.5 or 6.9. It's like, oh, okay, hold on. Let's get the water test out. Let's see what's going on here. But if it still registers, like I said, like 7.8 to 8.2, then I'm like, okay, that's good.
Yeah. Plus, you get a limestone in there. You get your holy rock or the sand, like we were discussing earlier. That buffers it, and that's you want to. I don't chase pH. I buffer it naturally, because that not only keeps it stable, it stops fluctuation.
Mm-hmm. Well, that carrot seed I've had for about 3 years now. So yeah, I know it's starting to deplete, and I don't have the funds right now to replace all that in that aquarium right at this moment. So,
Right.
but recently though, I have been thinning my substrate because I'm tired of the Mabunas throwing it in the overflow or in the inlet. So I noticed if I take more out and have less in there, they're less likely to shift it into the inlets for some reason. I don't know how that makes sense, but that's the reason why the timeout tank now has no substrate, because that's exactly what that Mabuna was doing. He was taking the substrate in his mouth from one corner of the tank and holding on to it as long as he could, and he would literally just spit it right at the inlet. It's like, you bastard, what are you doing that for?
They're fun.
Oh yeah, I love my Mabunas. Trust me, I love a challenge. That's the reason why I still continue doing it. But I love the South Central American cichlids as well now. Because as I said,
Yeah.
I'm planning on doing a 10-gallon dirted, and then once the 55 is freed up, I'm going back to being a fully
fully planted Dirty Aquarium where I'll get back with my angelfish and gouramis because I really miss those.
Yeah. Shirley says, I love all my dirty tanks. However, my jungle valve decided not to grow for a year in one of them. I moved it just to a sand tank, and it's all going crazy now. It's been 2 months. And hey, Jay Rock, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, my jungle valve does pretty good. I have no problem growing jungle valve in gravel or sand. But you put it in a dirty tank, look out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I had Valsnarian before. Well, no. Yeah, Flip sent me some Val. Yeah, like I said, me and Flip used to swap back and forth on plants for a while there. Yeah, like I said, I was the small channel that everybody knew and who I was. I just wasn't a very popular viewership channel, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I
And
understand.
that's what I was talking about earlier when you brought me on. Just looking at my subscriber count of being 1,600 now, and I'm barely registering under 100 views per video. It's just that does hurt a little bit. It's like
Oh, yeah.
it's like
Well, it
as I
doesn't
said,
help. It doesn't help either that all of these platforms do the same thing. TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, they're constantly changing and updating the algorithm and the rules. When I first
Yeah,
started my YouTube channel, I could put a video out a long term they didn't have shorts at the time, and get decent views. Now
yeah.
it don't get shit.
Back in the day, yes, that's exactly what yes. You had to have the correct hashtags in your title and in your description. I had to have a catchy title, and that's how it used to be. Once when it started trending or started going up in viewership, then you'll be on the recommended page more often, showing, hey, this video's got something to offer. Nowadays, if it's just I seen my video one time on the YouTube recommended page, I was like, oh, okay. Somebody, I'm gonna get view traffic. Nope, not a single person. They went on to the next video. Probably, I guess. I don't know.
Really?
But that's another reason why I kind of joined Threads because, like you just said, Threads shows up on every platform now. So it's like, well, I guess one way to get people to tune in. Which I've gotten followers on Threads that I don't have on any other platform. So go figure.
Right. I don't get on Instagram too much. But when I do my live streams for StreamYard, we're streaming to Facebook, YouTube, and right now Twitter. And I'll go back and forth between Twitter and Twitch. Right now we're on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook.
And I'll keep this PG. I'll keep it PG-13. The Threads of I'll DM you some pictures. Just realize you got 30-year-old men with multiple accounts on there just trying to get attention.
Oh yeah.
So don't fall for every one of those DM. I'll DM you a photo. Don't fall for it.
Oh yeah.
They're just trying to get onto your Instagram page and find out information about you.
Yes. 240 says I made the mistake of not turning on my ceiling fan light for 10 minutes first before turning the fish lights on and then bouncing off the walls. Yeah, exactly. That's why I like the aquarium lights that have ramp times. They simulate that sunrise sunset slowly.
Yes.
It's not such a shock. That's the only thing I would miss about changing my setup with regular. But I'm tired of programming these freaking lights with every time you lose power or something happens.
I don't lose power in the city limit, so yeah, I have two of the Haggard full spectrum dusk to dawn features on mine as well. So yeah, as far as I know, I haven't had a power outage yet, or if I unplug them by mistake, they let me think. Yeah, actually on my 55, yeah, I can turn the power completely off, and it still holds its timer on that one. I just don't remember. Hold on, let me go get. I still have the box for it.
Mm-hmm. Well, some of the lights aren't bad, like the Fluval Aqua Skies, no problem with them. The one Marine Land I have isn't too bad, but these night crew lights, they're terrible. We have to try to reprogram them. Terrible. And it's so complicated. Like it's not as simple as okay, press and hold this button, tap this. No, you got to do like 18 freaking steps just to reprogram the effing light. And I usually don't lose power here a lot. I don't, but last month I've lost power like 3 times for whatever reason, and I got to come out here, reprogram the damn things. I'd like to just install these setups I'm doing now onto a switch and just on off, done.
Yeah, sorry, I've been calling this the wrong light strip. Whoops. Make sure I'll show my shipping information.
Yeah, that's what I got.
240 asked you. I call him 240 because he has one big 240. Shamu Aquatics wants to know how your 120 is coming along. He also said, I went to the kitchen right after my last comment, but how are those two 120s coming along, Tim?
Hold on, I'll get to that. But yeah, you see what I got here? Like I said, it used to be called the Hager full Spectrum, but I guess this is the new box. But anyway,
Yeah.
somebody threw that same light strip right there. I don't know if you can see it on the box. They threw it away, and I took it to my shop and I saw it turned on, but then I put it over an aquarium and it was really dim. So I ordered this one off Amazon. I was like, I'm gonna take the power brick off this one and plug it on that other one and see if I can get it to work for full spectrum. Lo and behold, full spectrum. So I bought another brick. So I ended up buying this one and then the one I got out of the trash, and now I have two light strips, and one was for free. So I only paid $20 off of Amazon for a new power brick.
Nice.
And then, like
Nice.
I said, I paid for that new light strip too there, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Yeah. Hey, Shamu. Yes, the 120s. Yeah, life got in the way. Newborn. Mama's got a new schedule. My wife, that is. I'm working closing as of late, so really, and then I don't have no power out in my shed. So yeah, it's been kind of a slow progress. I got the stand built, but yesterday I put the aquarium on it, and I found a lot of imperfections and issues that I just did not feel comfortable having, a big rig sitting on top of, and just I don't want to have a worry in the back of my mind setting that up. So yeah, I got everything situated. I got the yoga mat underneath the aquarium, and I will be doing a leak test here after a few moments. I got kind of just distracted here doing a live stream and doing water maintenance too. But yeah, I'm going to be doing the leak test today on the first 120. I got the bulkheads. I got everything going. Just like I said, just everything got in the way and trying to take care of a newborn. And then by the time you turn around twice, it's almost 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock at night. You're like, dang it, I got to go to bed now because I got to be at work. But yeah, the 120s are slowly but surely coming along. I have at least now 5 people inquiring on the second one, asking if I decide to sell it, they want first dibs. But as like I said yesterday on just as live Saturday AM 9 a.m. live stream, was saying that I'm wanting to water leak test both aquariums, and then I'll let y'all know which one I'm keeping. So if one does actually start leaking, the guy I'm talking to in Alabama, he wants it for a reptile, for his 2 python snakes. So I told him if it don't go well and one of them does end up start leaking, then he just has to go and get a square piece of glass to make a patch on top of the holes, and it'd be a perfect reptile tank for him. But the thing is, I would like to just make sure that everything is working for me first. I would hate to do my leak test and get rid of one of those aquariums, and then I go to do my leak test, and then the one I end up keeping is the one that's leaking, and his don't. So go figure. So I just much rather do the water test or leak test on both 120s. I'm doing the leak test as well on the 30-gallon aquarium for the sump that came with it. The low boy that came in that video, I'm thinking about removing all the baffles out of and make a coffee table aquarium.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's going to be elevated at least about 12 inches off the ground. Then there'll be tank and then a glass lid on top that, like a glass tabletop, which cover the whole aquarium, and then either cut a hole in the middle of it or something so I can have access to get in and out of it. But yeah, I still have the 120s. I'm sorry, just it's been a slow build in progress. So I appreciate everybody still asking and inquiring about it, and that really means something that y'all are following me along and making sure everything's going good with it.
Yeah.
It's just like I said, life gets in the way sometimes.
Yeah. For sure. So how much you asking for the tanks? How much was you selling them for?
As I said, I haven't decided yet. Originally, if y'all the video I put up about it, I got the 2 120s. It was originally for one 120 on his listing for $600. And then when I got there, he says, well, here, I have a second 120 as well. I want you to go ahead and have that one and take that one. Then you can go ahead and take that, the 3 power heads. You can take the Seachay power head. You can take those 5 heaters, which 2 of them are sump heaters. The night crew light,
So yeah, as I said, we ended up getting about almost $2,000 to $3,000 worth of equipment for just $600.
Nice.
So yeah, if I was to turn around and try to sell that aquarium, and after the leak test, I would definitely lower the price down to, say, I don't know, about maybe $200 to $300 if I was to turn around and try to sell that 120.
Yeah.
Now if it don't leak, then yeah, I'm going to try to sell it close to the price I paid for it, because for a used 120, that's a fairly good price if you look up a brand new one. And
Right.
I think it's half-inch glass or quarter-inch glass.
On a 125.
It's a 120 cube. It's still 4 foot by 2 foot. So yeah, it's a 120 cube with 2 overflows. I think it's Aqueon. Yes, it's the Aqueon Reef Ready aquarium. Yeah, the Reef Ready 120 cube aquarium. Sound like you're trying to get a siphon going.
Me?
Yeah. Alrighty. I guess
No,
I'll gaze
it's,
into this aquarium.
I'm dosing Vitacam on a pump bottle.
Ah.
I'm going to show you what I was talking about earlier. As I put it in a pump bottle and it spreads it out more. Even as soon as this 55 grow out's done filling it up, I'll hit it. You'll see this stuff just cloud up, go
Or
everywhere.
actually, if you're still here, Shamu, I'll go out there and I'll give y'all an update. Just give me a second. I was trying to wait for it to warm up a little bit outside. Yeah, it's still 58 degrees outside. Gang, warm up already.
Chilly today.
Uh-oh, you took a tumble. You're fine. I'm sorry I said anything.
Eh.
Yeah, as long as it's a word to the wise with 3 children. If one of the kids tumbles, don't baby them. Say,
Yeah,
get your
don't
butt back up.
Don't make a big deal about it.
Yeah, she's already back up. And like I said, I can't show the little one because the other 2 are still in their pajamas, so I'm not going to show that.
Yeah.
Here, I'll show y'all the fountain right quick because, as I said, I kind of letting it go because I needed the power source for my Halloween decorations out here.
Right.
And something, I don't know, something keeps getting on my porch off camera and it drinks my water.
Right. Dang raccoon or possum.
So yeah, I got it established. And as I said, I had like 8 guppies in there, and something just kept on picking off my guppies. And then, as I said, the water this time of year kept going down faster than it was going down in the summertime. So go figure. That's how I knew I had somebody messing with my plant or my fountain.
Yeah.
But probably by next spring, we're planning on screening in that whole entire porch. So we'll
Okay.
find out. Hey, look at there. Ghostbusters. You see that, guys?
I did see that.
Vehicle. Yeah, there's me. There's my Halloween decoration. Hey, Jack. There's my cousin,
Very cool.
Michael Myers. And I'm not going to say that again. Y'all can put 2 and 2 together when I said that. But yeah, here's my shed if anybody ever wondering. Simple. Good old box truck.
That's right.
Well, hell, for this size right here, they wanted like $2,300 to $2,500 for a shed. And I was like, I ain't got that.
Yeah.
And then, I work for a garbage company where we're always buying those cab over Isuzus, and we convert them to garbage trucks with a compactor. And that's what he does. He'll take the box off of them and turn around and sell them and make his money back from purchasing the truck.
Yeah.
I said, there's always ways to make money. You just got to be willing to make a sacrifice.
Yes.
Yep, there's the 120 Shamu. Dang it, I don't want to change my avatar. So yeah, as I said, we had a bunch of problems with the stand. Lots of imperfections. But I had to completely dismantle it. I'm not going to name names. I listened to somebody on how to build the stand instead of doing it the way I should have done it. Yeah, ignore all that. I got to get rid of that. So I should have built it the way I originally built my stands from the get-go, because corner and the opposite corner were my high points. These corners were my low points, and it wobbled terribly. So I might as well just went ahead and fixed it. But yeah, she's still here. So I got my yoga mat underneath there. It's solid and it's firm, ready to get filled up. For it to warm up a little bit out here.
give an update on that. Herbie method on my 90 gallon because it only has the one overflow. As I said, this has the dual overflow. And that's fun thing too. My bulkheads are different size. So there's, the two on the inside here of a 1 1/4, and then on the outsides for the fill from the pump, which swivel crooked in there for salt water. Those are 3/4 opening. So I've been doing some, I know, like I said, this is an old reef tank. Once again, most reefers love to get rid of their stuff fast because they get bigger aquariums.
Right.
But yeah,
Real
with
quick,
having the
Tim.
dual.
Real quick, Tim. 240 said this damn iPad's gonna die, but crazy cleaned up my sump and got 2 new custom protein skimmers installed and had to pull out the sump. 240 said my 240 is like 2 of those merged together. Charlie said I'm actually
Is that better,
entering the
Shamu?
world of sumps. Go ahead and read can you see the chat, buddy?
Yeah.
Go ahead and read that.
Where was it? I'm actually.
Any tips, tricks, advice about using a sump? I don't use sumps, so I'm not the guy for that, Charlie. But check us out. I'm going to dose Vitachem in a pump bottle, and you're going to see how it spreads out.
All I see is DM. Who is that?
See how that Vitachem's just clouding and spreading as opposed to putting it in with a teaspoon?
Yeah. Is that better, Shamu? I'm sorry, I forgot the metal body does block the signal. No, I'm still choppy. There we go. I'm actually in the world of sumps. I'm putting it up on a 90 bow front. The guy I got it from insisted making a sump for it for free. Okay, I can't see your full name, DM, so I'm just going to be looking for those letters. Any tips and tricks, advice about using a sump? Anything that's good to know?
I can't answer that. I don't do sumps.
I can make a whole video talking about sumps because I've been dealing with sumps for a very long time. I need you to reply. Do you have a built-in overbox like I have here with my Reef Ready aquarium, or do you have the old Reef siphon tube overflow, or have you drilled the back for an overflow box on the back? I need to know that first. So I'm waiting for his answer. Being this has that dual overflow, as I was mentioning, I'm thinking about going with the bean animal. And the bean animal is the same as the Herbie and the, dang it, I can't remember the first one's name again.
Shirley said it's not going to be drilled.
So you're going to have to make your own. Are you going with the Joey's overflow design, or are you going to buy the siphon tubed overflow box like Jimbo just got there getting? Because I think you watch Jimbo's channel, don't you?
I don't know if Shirley gets on his much.
But yeah, if you get the Reef siphon boxes, yeah, you can do it that way. It's just what I would do is I would in the siphon tubes drill a small hole like you do on let's say Joey's PVC overflow design, and you would put the check valve on top of that PVC pipe. Like I said, I would drill into your siphon tubes with the air tube with an aqua lifter. So if you do happen to have a power outage, you can keep that siphon in that tube. So when your pump turns on and starts filling up your aquarium, it will still keep that siphon going. Because if that siphon is broken for any reason, with those overflow box siphons like that, your tank will continue to fill. And if that siphon ain't drawn out and over, it will overflow your aquarium. So yeah, you just have to be very careful with those siphon boxes. But as I said, on my, we're doing some sort of hang on over the flow. It's a DIY one. Yeah, he's probably going with the 1.5 inch PVC from Joey. And those work too. And like I said, again, if you watch his video on his original videos, not the new one where he puts the weirs and all that stuff with it, he does say put a check valve on your upper PVC pipe and connect it either to a power head that has a Venturi connection on it, or get an aqua lifter and keep the air bubbles out of that pipe. You want your siphon to keep going. But the thing is, though, just be careful with your standpipe in behind the aquarium. If he's doing the PVC route, you want that standpipe being higher than your rim. because that's how your siphon continues going with that PVC design. If you have, say, your pipe dead level with your rim back here, it'll be whatever the level of the aquarium is what will end up being in that pipe. But if you have the pipe above the aquarium and it gets up to that point, it can't overfill that pipe, and then the back pressure will push it down the pipe. So if that's what he's going with, is that design, then yes, you can do that. I highly, highly recommend getting an aqua lifter. And I think she's commented again. There she is. He's going to record the progress of making the sump stuff so I can make videos for my channel. And that's another thing too. Make sure your sump is sufficient. Because again, you got to think, like, okay, we'll use this since I'm out here and I ain't going to bother nobody talking in the house now. I'm still working good here, no signal interruptions.
Seems good on my end.
Okay. Oh man, I left my vape inside. Oh well. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. So with your overflows here, you got to remember, it's flowing at this point right here for the flow. Then you turn off the pump, all that water is going to siphon and overflow until it gets to a point where it don't. And as you see here, this is a 4 foot by 2 foot circumference. So you have to take that into account of how deep that water goes down. And that's your, you know, like, tell you, that's how much water is going to go down to your sump. So you have to account for that to make sure it don't overflow in the case of a poutage or a pump failure. So that's one thing, that is my biggest tip I can recommend, is you have to calculate the surface area of your aquarium that's going to overflow into your sump during a power outage or even water maintenance to make sure you don't overflow your sump. That's the biggest thing I can say. That's the number one thing I wish I would have learned from the get-go. Hey, somebody's hollering for me. Oh, never mind, it was a neighbor. I don't know how he's doing it. However, he built a successful 150 gallon. Assuming he knows what he's doing. Yeah, that's what I do with my aquaponics system. Yes, I had a 150 gallon stock tank as my sump. So yes, always account for the surface of coming out of your aquarium into your sump. And I said, I'm going to have a 30 gallon aquarium sitting. I think I measured it comes up to right about here. So I still have room for an FX canister filter. And yes, redundancy on that too. If you have the means and the finances, I highly recommend having a dual filtration for larger aquariums. Because, you know, it helps, like I say, if you overstock, you have the extra overfiltration. And as again, for redundancy, if something failed, you still have filtration going on in your aquarium. Hey, there's that wider. I've been looking for that one. Is that enough for you, Shamu? I believe he's been using a 20 gallon for my sump. You said that was the 90 gallon? Here, hopefully I don't lose you again. Again, being the tricks of the trade of a garbage man, I always get everything everybody throws away. That's the sump I have on my 90 gallon right there. Good old trickle tower. Can y'all see that? Yeah, aquarium life support systems. I want to say it's about 20 gallons. And I only get it to 15 gallons to make sure it don't overflow. Like I said, it's really noisy in the house right now, so I'm not going to try to open my stand and do all that stuff right now when I got one right there to show. But yeah, I'm about to have to get off here. I got to get some lunch started for some kiddos. Yeah, it's noon now. Good Lord.
Yeah.
I'm about to get out here and start
camera.
filling this thing up.
My camera's about to die. This will be the last tank I fill up for the stream, and I'll finish the rest of my tanks, which is only about like 3 more. So I'm gonna have to jump off here myself. I'm getting hungry myself. I haven't had any breakfast yet.
Me neither. I'm having a sugar high from all that coffee. Or caffeine rush. Yeah, caffeine rush.
This is one reason why I like getting up early and starting this stuff, because it's not even noon yet, and I've been working for 4 hours, so I'm about done.
Oh, let's not show my license plates.
Show the license plate. I want to see
let's
it.
not do that. No, I'm not doing that.
But
Well, I
yeah,
certainly appreciate you coming and hanging out with me and this and doing this with me.
this is my favorite time of the year. All these leaves. No problem, man. I can actually say I've not done a live stream doing aquarium management yet, so now I can say I have. But yeah, Alex, I'm about to get off here because I know these kids are about to come around saying, we're hungry, feed us.
Oh yeah,
And then,
yeah. And I got to charge some batteries and finish up what I'm doing
well,
myself.
let me make sure I caught up on that chat first. Yeah, and that's the thing too. If you go with say a 30 high or higher aquarium, then yes, that will work. That will work out too. Yeah, 20-gallon sump would be suffice for that. Like I said, you just want to keep your water level almost like I said about halfway mark of the operation running. So when the power goes out, it starts to go up and it won't overflow over the top.
Very
And this is
cool.
who again? Who is that? The Shirley's aquarium?
Shirley, yeah.
I hate to say it, is it's the same Shirley that had that 125 leak on her on live stream?
Yes.
Okay, now I know who I need to go check out. Because like I said, even Shamu, all I see is Sham. I don't see the full name on here. I'm sorry, my screen's not big enough to show everything.
Call him 240. That's 240. He has one big 240, and it's absolutely beautiful. He did a great job scaping that tank. It's immaculate. It's a beautiful aquarium. He had to he put a video out when he got it. He had to take his window out of his house to get the damn thing in.
No, Shirley, that don't make no difference as long as your perimeter measurement is correct. Because like I said, yeah, with you having a bow, my finger won't cooperate with me. With you having a bow, where am I? There am I. With you having a bow, then yes, that's more surface area to measure. So say like a 4-foot tank is literally 4 foot, but if you have a bow in it, that panel becomes what, 4 1/4? Yeah, you have about a 2 to 3 inch bump out from the original. So yeah, you have to still account for that. And like I said, that's usually how you still measure is you get your perimeter and then you have to account for that. But yeah, being bow front and everything, no, it won't change it. I got a 45-gallon bow front out there and that I got out of the trash last week. But yeah,
That's cool though. But I'm probably gonna go ahead and stop the stream here. Appreciate you hanging out with me. That camera's about to die, and I'm probably have to charge this headset as well. So
yeah, my phone's dying from being with you on here with you all morning. So yeah,
that was fun. I like it.
I haven't left yet.
Does not give you guys permission. Been on for 4 hours.
Wow. Yeah, you have been on here for a while.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate everybody coming in. I'm going to go ahead and thanks, Tim, for joining me. Appreciate all you guys. We're going to go ahead and end it here.
Stay fired up, everybody. Thank you.
Have a good day, buddy. Be safe.
Like this and like that and like this and like this.